Hi, everyone, and welcome to AspenCon Day 2. We've had a little bit of an adjustment here as we're all scrambling. There's a snowstorm in Golden, so most of us are coming at you from our hotels. Some of us are on hotspots, so we're going to do the absolute best we can, but we've got a lot of different options for people to join. So for the next 15 minutes or so, we have our icebreaker, so you'll see different polls. Oops, sorry about that. We had a little bit. Okay, too many computers going at once. Okay. So we'll have some polls for the next 15 minutes. Hang tight. And then our first presentation is planned to start at 9:15 Mountain Time in about 15 minutes.
Welcome to AspenCon Day 2. We are currently having an icebreaker, so feel free to join in the poll by using the link and share your answers. And we are going to start the talks in about 10 minutes. Hello and welcome to AspenCon Day 2. I hope you're enjoying the icebreaker. We were joking earlier that it was literally an icebreaker because we're snowed in Golden, and the actual talks are going to start at 9:15. Hello and welcome to AspenCon Day 2. We're currently having a bit of fun with the Icebreaker and we'll start the first talk in just a few minutes. Hello, and thanks again for joining us for day 2 of AspenCon. It's a bit different today. You probably noticed you are not seeing us on the stage. And that's because the school is closed due to the winter storm in Golden, and there's at least 30 centimeters of snow outside. It's very pretty, but it does mean we've had to move to plan B. So that's where we're all online. But the next talk now is going to be James from Lyrasis and Mark Noble from Bywater Solutions, telling us about the integration between Palace Project and Aspen Discovery. So we just got some sound problems, so hopefully we'll be able to hear Mark and James soon.
Okay, now is it okay?
Yeah, that works now.
Excellent, great. Sorry about that. We're all dealing with technical difficulties in addition to snow difficulties. So, for anybody that's not aware, like Ode said, we were snowed out of our out of being at Colorado School of Mines today. So we are all presenting from hotel rooms and lobbies and that kind of thing. So the back of the T-shirt is AspenCon Adventure Edition, and it certainly is AspenCon Adventure Edition today. But today, glad to be presenting with James English. So, James, you want to say hi?
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I have my camera off, trying to preserve some bandwidth here in the room, but it's great to meet everyone, and I look forward to talking to you with Mark on our integration with Aspen.
Great. All right, so we'll start off just a little bit with who Bywater is. I'm sure most people know. Bywater is an open source support company. We support Aspen Discovery, Koha, libkey, Folio, Metabase, and Coral. And yeah, really our goal is to empower libraries, giving them the power they need to use open source and provide just really amazing support. It's a wonderful company. I'm really happy to work here. And then, so yesterday when I was doing the history of Aspen, I was talking about that conference that Jordan and I did, talking about the integration between websites and what is today Aspen, so in the catalog. And at that same conference is where we actually met James English, who at the time was starting a new project called, I don't know that it was called Palace Project at the time, but it is what is today Palace Project. So it was really a pivotal conference, and there's a lot of stuff that came out of that is today in Aspen and Palace Project. So, James?
Hi, next slide, please. Yeah, that conference really was probably one of the best conferences I've been to since I came over into the library industry in 2013. I got my start at the New York Public Library and have since moved on to Lyrasis. And so you may be wondering, what is Lyrasis? Well, like Bywater, Lyrasis is not a for-profit, but we share that basic same culture and DNA. We're a global nonprofit. We're a member organization providing content, licensing solutions, as well as open source software solutions and hosting services around them to libraries, museums, and archives. We are a global nonprofit. We are on 5 continents, 50 countries, and 1,500 institutions. We were born out of the kind of the breakup of OCLC. We were the merger of 2 traditional consortias, Palanet and Solanet. And since then, after rebranding into Lyrasis, we really saw ourselves as a nonprofit service provider to libraries with no geographic constriction to where we would perform our mission. Our mission is to strengthen the library's vital role as a digital center in their community. We have a new division that is really about 2 years old, about 2 years old. It was the merger of the Palace Project, which was born out of the Simply E open source software that was developed at NYPL while I was there. And then an acquisition of a platform you may have heard of called BiblioBoard. The company was Bibliolabs at the time, a small company in Charleston, South Carolina, that brought content solutions to libraries on their platform. We purchased them in 2020 and converted them to a nonprofit. And since then, we've merged both the Palace Project and BiblioBoard into one division. BiblioBoard is for those of you who don't know, it is a reading system app, but it's also what I would call a community repository. They launch programs at libraries so that libraries can be the center of publication for their local creators and artists. From there spawned a national program called the Indie Author Project that you may have heard of. And this is a national competition where people publish a book, their first book, through a library on their platform, and that then goes up to Publishers Weekly and a national competition where they get an annual award. Authors, some first-time authors have moved on to become best-selling authors, and their first book being published through a library, not a traditional publisher. So a very interesting project for those of you who want to learn more. Feel free to reach out and learn more about it. Next slide, please. So the part I'm going to talk about today is called the Palace Project. The Palace Project was that application that at that conference at Internet librarian that I met Mark and Jordan with that I was kicking up called Library Simplified at the time. You may have heard it also called simply E. It was born out of the New York Public Library, but it has since moved here to Lyrasis so that it can be made available to more libraries across the country. Quite frankly, it's across the globe. We have folks in Finland implementing it and elsewhere throughout Canada, but in about 14 different states across the United States currently. What does it do? Well, it's an e-reading app, but it's not like other e-reading apps. Most e-reading apps are tied to where you buy your content. So if those of you are familiar with like an Overdrive solution, you buy your content in Overdrive, and that's the content you read in Overdrive or your Libby app. With Palace, it was really designed for you to buy content from where you normally buy content, but just provide your users one place to read the content so they didn't have to download multiple apps. We can integrate through APIs or other integrations into one single discovery and reading experience. We have since expanded our partnerships to allow us to be able to even connect to unique content. So Amazon publishing, which was never before available to be even purchased by libraries, is now available in the Palace app, as well as Audible content that was not available to libraries, unless maybe they bought Amazon Kindles and Primes and lent those out, could possibly be the way that they lent that material out. Now they can put it side by side with all their other digital collections, regardless of where they acquired them from, whether that was Overdrive, Cloud Library, Baker and Taylor, or what have you. It is designed for discovery. We prioritize available content in the app. A lot of apps, if you notice, kind of advertise to you different content, and you find your patrons kind of gravitating towards holds queues. In Palace, we kind of flip that model around, and that our browse lanes really just look at what's available. We're trying to mimic the experience of walking into a library, seeing a book you want to read on a shelf, and be able to pick it up and go to the checkout counter and buy it right and get it right then. And if there's something on the shelf you can't see, you can always search for it. Go into the catalog, hit the search bar, and find that title and put a hold on it. We also have, we feel that this content should be made available to everyone. There shouldn't be one app for one type of user and another app for another type. So we've built this with accessibility and ease of use first. Regardless of your digital literacy, this is a very simple app to get. Regardless of your visual impairment, this is an app that will work with the assistive technologies that are inherent in your Android and iOS devices. So it's really designed with the every library patron in mind. Next slide, please. Just waiting for my computer to catch up. So the BiblioBoard platform I talked about a little bit earlier, it is actually integrated with Palace. They were, even when they were a for-profit company outside of Lyrasis, we had integrated them early on into the technology. BiblioBoard is unique in that they really look at themselves as a community engagement platform. And by community engagement, they really mean by the libraries being that center of creative, of the community for their creative folks, whether they're artists, kids doing a drawing competition at their local school, someone writing local histories or oral histories. The BiblioBoard platform provides this engagement platform where the community can submit content and material online for the library to curate and make available to the broader community on the platform. They work in both mobile and web. You can put any type of material on there, audiobooks, visual. Las Vegas Library recently did a music contest for musicians to create their first album and present that on the platform. So it can support any type of digital content that you want to provide, and it gives the libraries the tools to curate that and make that available back to their citizenry. Some people are using it as kind of the community archive, putting in newspapers, tech yearbooks that they like to scan and digitize. And they can even just have regular old e-content that they want to, whether it's from their indie author program or published works that have been submitted by publishers that want their material available on the platform. So all of it's there available to be lent and provided to users. And it's all simultaneous use, unlimited use. So there's no concepts of holds, queues, or anything like that. Next slide, please. All right, the Indie Author Project, again, this is a unique body of ebooks and audiobooks that can be acquired by a library. And what's really interesting in this is that it is an annual competition that states will take on. We have thousands of titles that have accumulated over that. When you are using Indie Author Project, you get access to all of that content. And it's really good books. And it's really trying to kind of flip the script into a library-driven ebook economy as opposed to one that is commercially driven. But again, there's more to talk about with that. But that can be now made available as well in Palace and now with Aspen. Next slide.
Yeah, so it's the other person that we talked to at that conference. So all of this comes full circle. Like James said, that was kind of a pivotal conference. Was we met Carolyn Morris, who was at BiblioBoard at the time, and so this is all content that we've been really excited to integrate into Aspen for a long time, and we're thrilled to have Palace Project integrated now. Some of our goals on the Aspen side were just really making sure that patrons could find and understand all of that Palace Project materials, find it in the catalog. We know most patrons go there first to find out what you have, so we wanted to make sure that patrons knew about it. And of course, like James talked about, ease of use, of course, is always a goal for us. We wanted to make sure that checkout experience and hold experience was exactly the same as everything else, so that we'd be able to, so patrons wouldn't have to learn a new way of doing things. So we all want to make things as easy as possible for patrons. And then, of course, now that we're doing both Discovery and Aspen Lita, we're looking for feature parity between the two, or if we can take advantage, like they were talking about yesterday during the Lita panel, of things like cameras and that kind of things, we can take advantage of the technology we have in each place. But yeah, at this point, we really wanted it to be the same kind of functionality that you get between Discovery and Lita, and really adopt or increase adoption of the Palace Project. This is it's a project that's kind of near and dear to our hearts in terms of like making it easier for libraries to get content. Like we talked about, there was the Douglas County experiment many years ago for owning ebooks and that kind of thing, and there were a lot of challenges around that, and we think Palace Project has solved a lot of those. So definitely a platform that we'd like to help promote and help integrate with. And also we're really excited about BiblioBoard. And we'll talk more about that for future, but we definitely talk to lots of people that are doing lots with history and archives that keep saying kind of, is there a way to build that into Aspen? And say we've got a few features in Aspen now. If there's somebody that actually has a better platform for doing that, we'd love to integrate with it instead of having to build all of it. And BiblioBoard is going to be a wonderful platform for all of that. So we're really excited about all of this technology and making it better and making it more accessible. James?
Yeah, so just a quick case study. What does all of this mean for a library? So this is a Santa Barbara library out of California. One of the things Palace has been doing is we've been working with state libraries. So many libraries are starting to find out that the state has paid for Palace for them. So it's actually a free application and service that they can implement through their state. California is one of those states. Rhode Island, Connecticut, Washington, Montana, New Jersey, Maryland. So if you're in any of those states and you didn't know about the Palace Project, it could likely be free to you. But what's it did for Santa Barbara in this case was that they had a local overdrive collection, and then they had a shared Inky collection. That meant they had two applications. They had two integrations or two catalog record managements that they had to manage for discovery, apps they had to support, patron discovery, patron questions, any type of issues. After implementing Palace, because it was at the state level, it enabled something bigger than just being able to merge two local ebook collections into one discovery experience. It allowed them to participate in a network of libraries that are resource sharing at scale. So at the state level, the state buys content, a large collection that any library in the state can add to their collection and be able to circulate to their patrons. They could also participate in grant funding opportunities supplied by the state where they would dollar match purchases of content so long as that a copy of that content was also made available for sharing. So as you can see here, these are all the different collections and services, ebook collections that were then acquired. And because they were now using Palace, they can now add this all into their catalog, and their users could have this massive inventory of ebooks. So it's not becoming a question of managing holds queues. It's really just serving the patron the content, because the content is, again, what's available is really kind of preference for browsable discovery. But you have inventory that you can curate for your local patrons, and it can only go to them. But you have shared inventory that can maybe take the demand off of a particular copy if it's available in the shared collections. But it can also help you develop collection strategies for content where you may want to develop kind of a statewide base core collection, or a backlist of content that you always want in your catalog, and the state can either buy that or you can work with your other library partners. It also inspired some libraries just to go do resource sharing on their own, where they would create their own places of content, collections of content that they would purchase and just share that to any library that was willing to participate. One of the unique things that Palace does is, in our partnership with the DPLA, we run what we call the Palace Marketplace. This is what's made, as a nonprofit, folks like Amazon and Audible willing to kind of sell to libraries, because they had a nonprofit partner that was really interest aligned with the library. And so they could make that material available. But they also make all the big five. There's over 1 million titles from all your popular publishers, a lot of smaller publishers that aren't represented in your traditional ebook marketplaces. And some other things that we're doing that's really exciting and is that we're bringing back the unlimited use subscription. We've had that on the BiblioBoard platform for most of our indie author and for some select collections. But now we're finding partners that want to, like Unlimited Listens, that are bringing audiobooks in very exciting genre and exciting languages in audiobook form that you as a library can purchase as subscribe to as a subscription that grows over time. And that subscription is unlimited and it's very affordable. It's, in many cases, what we're seeing is that their audiobook prices per lend are cheaper than an ebook you would buy on a metered basis per lend, but you're getting this audiobook unlimited simultaneous use. So really exciting type of opportunities for libraries to now approach publishers directly or new service providers to bring that content in. We're working with Blackstone and their recently announced Blackstone Unlimited, and we'll be one of the first to provide that to Palace as well. All this to say is that now libraries can separate the decision between having to support or constrict users to one single app or have to support multiple apps, which can affect where they buy content and what content they buy, to now that they can buy content where they need to be able to satisfy their collection goals and their strategies for their community, but have a really simple, easy to support user experience for their ebook users and audiobook users. We also support PDF. So for those of you who used to buy older books that were in PDF, a lot of newer apps got rid of the PDF format and support. We still support it. So you can have PDF, EPUB, audiobook of whatever form. And again, we can link up to any of the major ebook providers, We even have ProQuest now, and we're working with folks like Springer if you're looking at bringing out more of your nonfiction kind of academic collections at your local library, if you partner like with local schools or community colleges as part of a consortium. So it's not just an app for public trade ebooks, but it can really be an app for any type of content. Next slide. So how did we do all of this? Well, we're an open source project, just like Aspen. We kind of like to follow standards that give us a good guiding pole for interoperability foundation to build off of. And so what we discovered was there was actually a report in 2000 and I believe it was 2010 by the chief officers of state libraries about exploration of this protocol called Open Publication Distribution System, OPDS, and that libraries should really look at that because this could be a way that they could really open up metadata exchange on a network scale, on an internet scale. And so we fell on that with this technology. We both consume OPDS in order to integrate into content providers. We publish OPDS to our mobile clients so that they can have a catalog and just look at books. But we also publish it so we can integrate into discovery systems. And that's exactly what we did with Aspen. To be honest, Aspen did a lot of the hard work here. They did the consumption of the OPDS. But I think what this allowed them to do is create an interface integration that can be reused beyond just Palace. It will work with BiblioBoard because now the base functionality to consume an OPS format feed is now supported in Aspen. You could publish your own OPDS. It's just simple JSON. And you can, and I've had libraries do this in academia where a cataloger just started writing, hand jamming her own JSON and putting books into Palace. It's a very elegant, very extensible protocol. It's really, there's two parts to it. There's what we call groups of publications, the OPDS catalog. And it's a means to describe what publications are part of a collection. There's basic metadata that that describes the works. What I think makes it stand out against other metadata formats is that you have actual links to the publication for a transaction level of acquiring content, whether that is supported behind authentication or DRM, or just simple open access or public domain links to the actual file. Links to things like cover art, so you can put it in your discovery interfaces. It can be extended to include additional metadata elements. So things like audiobooks, there's a contributor. Well, that means there's an author. There are narrators to it. There may be music scores. So you have composers that are part of it. So the app in the metadata can be extended to support all of that additional information you may have about it. And we have different type of tools that you can extend into the catalog spec, like endpoints for annotations, auth tokens if you need to secure content, and again, any type of search endpoints if you want to expose a search of that catalog or collection. It is based on really hypermedia. For those of you who know what that is, you probably do. The World Wide Web is hypermedia. It's links to other documents that are hosted on a server. And what the OPDS provides is a JSON document that contains links to other JSON documents or other files, and it describes what you will get at the end of that link. And so you can consume this as in a publish subscribe. So think of the old Atom RSS type of feed syndication. You can syndicate your collection, but in that OPDS collection description, you have all the tools necessary to be able to let someone interact with that collection and the publications therein. You can even support streaming media or packaged media. When I say packaged media, basically a downloadable file. There is a companion spec to it called the Redium Web Publication Manifest. For those of you who are kind of into the weeds on EPUBs or ebooks in general, you know about the EPUB spec. You've heard of Daisy talking books. EPUB 3.2 is supposed to be kind of like a digital Daisy talking book format 7. If you look at what their objectives were. But this is really elevated and broke up the concept of just taking a web page of books and zipping them up in a zip file. It has really broken it up to describe the book in JSON so that you can interact with what's called the manifest. And what I call a manifest is kind of like an OPDS catalog, but it's a manifest of the resources that describe the single work. So chapters, tracks of an audio books, maybe segments of a video segment, but it is just a manifest file that's in JSON that describes the book, the reading order of it, any other resources like book jackets, some light metadata about the author, any identifiers. But we support this as well. And we've actually, one of our newest partners, Unlimited Listens, this is how they were easily able to integrate with us, is they just publish an OPS feed and they packaged all their audiobooks into a Webpub manifest. And about under a month, we had a full integration with the new service ready to operate. And so it worked for them as a publisher and a distributor, and it worked for us for simple implementation. And the fact is, you can implement this in any type of client app. You don't have to just use Palace. You could use things like Thorium Desktop, Eldico Reader. It's really it's an open publication distribution system and is an open standard around content and expression of content in the modern web, not 1990s zip file technology. Next slide. So that's how we did that with Aspen, and hats off to Mark. He did a lot of the heavy lifting. He helped us actually improve some of our interfaces so our OPS was better. So he made us better in the process, and I hope you guys are excited about it, because I think what it will enable you to do, if you host files of content, you can easily put it either in Palace or in Aspen using this new OPDS integration. So if you have your own homegrown system where you have file servers and you just need a way to get the metadata into there, if you can describe that in JSON, you can get it into either of these platforms for discovery and access, which is really exciting because it opens up a whole new world. We're working with open access publishers to make that all available to libraries for the first time that have kind of struggled with that last mile of leveraging open access for their collection development. All right, so I guess now on to the demo. So the good stuff now, I think, is I'm going to hand it over to Mark.
Yeah, and like James was saying, it is always fun to get something that has some standards around it. So it is surprisingly rare to get standards. Everybody kind of does their own thing, which Aspen is happy to accommodate, but it is fun when we get something that can be used for more than one place. So that's really cool, and really, I mean, hats off to the entire Palace project team. Having done a little bit of the web readers and the EPUB readers and audiobook players a long time ago, that's hard technology. So kudos to you all for doing that. It's definitely a challenge. Let me get back here to Aspen. So we'll try to do a real quick Aspen demo as well as a real quick Lita demo. This is pretty similar to what we've done before in the Aspen gathering. So we'll try to go through that quickly and make sure James has time to demo the Palace app as well. So today, for some reason, snow is kind of top of mind for me here. So I just did a simple search for snow. We'll do that now. Do a search for snow. We're gonna limit that. Hopefully my internet's not super slow right now. We've got lots of people in the hotel on Wi-Fi. All right, so I'm just gonna narrow down to the different collections. So this is just a test instance. So right now we've kind of got the Palace Marketplace and the Palace Bookshelf. Not all of that like wonderful content that Santa Barbara has. So I'm just going to narrow down here to Palace Marketplace. And we'll find something. So let's go ahead and check out the Snow Queen. Great. So we have added recently the ability to use linked accounts with this. So I've got my account linked to James's test account, and we'll do a quick checkout for that. So that was checked out successfully. Of course, if it was already checked out, we would be able to place a hold on it and view our holds and manage our holds. Let's go into our checkout. And of course, like everything with linked accounts, we're able to see all of our checkouts for all of our linked users. So here we go. We see the Snow Queen. We see that we can access it in Palace Project. So let's go in there. So this gives us the instructions we need to be able to access that in the app. So there's not a desktop version of Palace Project, although for some of these materials, there are going to be web readers. So we'll be integrating that to where you could actually just read it online, similar to kind of that read online through Libby, or I guess not through Libby, but read online with Overdrive, where you don't actually even need to download the app. So that's going to be an exciting feature here in a little bit. But now we know, hey, we can go get it on Google Play or the App Store. And then, of course, we can return them and that kind of thing. So let's go ahead and return that now. That text also can be customized. So if I go into Aspen admin, let's see if I gave myself permissions. Oh, I didn't give myself permissions. One moment, let me log out and log back in as somebody that can do that. All right, I'm logged back in as an administrator here. Let's go to our Palace project settings. So here we're able to completely customize that text. We give you some default text, but we want you to be able to customize it whatever you want, because different libraries will call things different things. So is it your library card? Is it your library password? Also be able to customize that for English, for Chinese, I think Korean, Spanish, French, all of the different languages. So gives you a good way of customizing that for your patrons. And of course, you can then copy that from the default so that you get a good starting point. Maybe you just want to kind of center some of those, or maybe bold a little bit of text here. So then the next time we showed that information, we'd get our updated text. All right, I'm going to do my best here to share Lita. Apologies in advance if I have trouble. So I'm on my iPad here now. We're going to share. All right, so here we are in Aspen Lita, and from here we have the ability to do the same kind of things. So let's get rid of, let's do our search for snow. And we'll do the same kind of thing, filter by our e-content collection. And let's look again at, let's grab something from Palace Marketplace. So let's see, in this case, how about, we'll do another Brothers Grimm. So let's check that out as well. And checked out again, so we can go to our checkouts, view that. Anything that we did have checked out previously is going to show up. Anything that's checked out within Palace Project shows up immediately within Aspen Lita, within Aspen Discovery. So you can see everything that you have checked out and interact with it. So we can see there we've got our same kind of checked out titles. One thing I will also notice, so the first time I was working on covers here, I was looking at the covers and I was like, wait a second, all of the colors on our default covers there that you see for like Maggie are different. And what happened and what do I have going wrong in the Aspen Discovery code? I forgot that we modeled all of that code off what New York Public Library did. And so that's actually a automatically generated cover from Palace Project that uses the same kind of technology that we do in Aspen. So everything comes around full circle, which is fun to see. All right, I'm going to stop sharing and hand it back over to James.
All right, I'm going to start sharing, and just to show that, let me see, screen broadcast, Zoom, start broadcast. 2, 3, 1. I guess it's now working, so I can switch over to, I'm not sure if you're all seeing this. There's Palace Project. So that's kind of just to give you a quick orientation. When you come into the app, there's 4 tabs down at the bottom, the catalog. You have My Books, the things that you've checked out. We also have a place that we kind of separate out for reservations, things that you're waiting for that you place the hold on. And then settings for things like your accounts and adding different libraries. If you're a member of more than one library, you can easily go there and add different libraries. So I'm in the same library that Mark was logged into. It's our little Aspen Discovery library. And as you can see, we have different content. We don't organize the collection in these browse lanes this way to, by distributor. This is a test library, so it just enabled us to be able to isolate so we could test individual titles from individual distributors in case there's any issues. But typically what you would see in it would be really what you start to see here, where we start to look at the actual metadata out of the box of the content and break it down into fiction, nonfiction, and then any type of subgenre. There are browse lanes, similar things that you set up. You can actually customize all those just like we did here for distributors. There's an advanced list creation functionality that'll let you take content, build these advanced exclusive, inclusive, different type of operators you want to do, different type of facets you want to do to create these really, custom book lists. But it's going to draw books from every collection or one collection. If that's like, let's say if you have unlimited simultaneous and you're doing kind of a Halloween and you want everyone to kind of read the same books, you can do that. But it gives you as a library power to control the user experience of your catalog in the mobile app and be able to guide that and reshape this. But out of the box, we'll give you some basic breakdowns based on the metadata of the book into fiction, nonfiction, Western, sci-fi, romance, children's books, different language type of browse lanes that folks can discover and look through your collection with if you want to use that out of the box, or you can set it up on your own if you really like to do discovery work, which I'm sure this crowd is really excited about and which excites me because there's some cool features we can work on together. But I'm going to hop over to my bookshelf. And lo and behold, what you see there is the same book that Mark just checked out. We're using the same kind of login. So what was on his bookshelf in Lita, what he checked out through Lita, what he checked out in Aspen are in the same place in here on the Palace bookshelf. So, and again, that cover art, just a bit of trivia, was created by Mauricio Geraldo, who was out of the New York Public Library Labs. It was inspired by Commodore 64, kind of the wingding characters. So it looks at the title and the author, and it kind of randomly generates code from base 64 that Commodore was using, 64 was using to create these covers. It picks the colors and those little symbols that you see. But it was really kind of popular little piece of code he wrote, and we've seen it in a lot of different places all over the place. I'm glad to hear it's in Aspen. For when you don't get a book cover, you have something you can fall back on, and we use it in the app as well. So just kind of like to see our open source DNA and our roots of experimentation still kind of living on and thriving today. But that's it. What's nice is you can just simply download the book. And what this is going to let you then do is just a simple, the language as you're noticing here is very simple. Get book, download book, read or return. So if you want to read the book, these are kind of, we don't do a lot of the borrow hold type of lingo. That's very library centric, and it may not even be relevant because the library's not holding a book for you. You're actually putting in a reservation for when a copy becomes available versus, they have one sitting on a shelf for you to come pick up. But it is a full-fledged e-reader. Everything you would expect to see in an e-reader. You have all the controls. You can do in-document search, which was a new feature we just released, so you can search for keywords throughout the EPUB. You can navigate the table of contents. You can place bookmarks throughout. And then you can go back and access those on your bookmarks page and jump over to them if you want to save your spot. We also save your last reading position. So even if you're not using bookmarks to definitively set a point for yourself, we're going to store your last reading position on your shelf so the app can go back and get it. And if you're reading on more than one device, like maybe at work or in commute, you're using your iPhone, but you get home and you want that large format of a tablet, or you have an Android device at home on a tablet, it will sync up with the locations on those devices as well. As long as you're logged in as the same user, your last reading position sync, regardless of what device you're using, will be synced up. You can adjust the text to make it more comfortable for yourself. We have different fonts. We have Open Dyslexic, which is a font that is really made to ground their readers' eyes so they don't do letter skipping or letter reversal. So if you notice the font, it kind of gets heavier at the bottom. You can increase that font size if you need to make it more comfortable. You may adjust the contrast as well, screen brightness, whatever makes it more comfortable for you. And again, if you're using assistive technologies such as VoiceOver or TalkBack, we're fully functional with those as well. We do support audiobooks, so we can download and borrow audiobooks. Audible Unlimited Listens has just incredible content that they're now making available for simultaneous use. You'll never see it on the reserve list because it's always available when you're subscribed to them. Blackstone Unlimited will be coming through, and then we have a lot of other content like our indie author coming in as well. And again, you can actually put in your own content if you host it yourself. One of our clients, Columbia University, they have their digital archives where they've digitized materials that they had a unique copy of, and they stream that in through their own OPS feed right into Palace. And they have a place called Digital Highlights, and they show it right there alongside all of their trade and academic ebook materials. That's it. Hope I didn't overgo on the time, but
we've got like 2 more slides, James. And I know we're technically over time here, but I think we've got permission to go just a little bit longer.
Just a little bit longer, yes, but there are a few questions, so yeah, we'll let you get over your last slides before starting to put those over to you.
We'll go fast, promise. James, you want to talk to this? I think this is just kind of summary.
Yeah, so in summary, what you get through this OPS integration is you get all of these new type of publishers and content through this one integration. So these may be sources of content that hadn't yet worked with Aspen. They may be sources of content that just don't work with public libraries that now you can bring into your public library. And when we add BiblioBoard here in the future, you're going to be opening up yourself even to more types of content and more exciting possibilities with Aspen. And that's really all I wanted to say on this one. So kind of what's possible.
And we just wanted to say what's coming next. So we really envisioned that BiblioBoard integration as being the next thing. So how we do that's going to be a little tricky. Jordan and I have been talking about that for sure, because some of that content's ebooks and audiobooks that belong in the catalog, and some of that's history and archives, and belongs more in the history and archives section. So we're probably going to have some sort of an admin interface that kind of lets you pick and choose where you want that, probably by collection. Like we were talking about earlier, that web browser viewer player, that's going to be so cool to be able to do all of that kind of natively without making the patrons learn anything new. And then, yeah, we want more control over what collections are indexed. We know some people want extra things to be in, some things to be out for some of those shared things. And then also we've had several requests for updating some of those collection names that can kind of get lengthy and need to be lengthy within Palace Project, but within Aspen, sometimes we like to tighten those up or at least translate them, that kind of thing. So,
and one note, what's exciting about this is, again, you don't have to have Palace Project in order to get BiblioBoard content with this interface. There are many of you that may have in your state or your consortia already have BiblioBoard content, either purchased publications or an indie author program that's being run by the state or a group of your libraries. And you have that ability now to just add this into Aspen independently of whether or not you have Palace. It has its own ability to, as Mark was saying, through reading online, to be able to view, listen to, watch any of that content.
All right. I guess we have time for a couple of questions, it sounds like, or
maybe just one question. I think the first one was a confirmation of how it works. And it was, let's say your library has Libby, Hoopla, and Cloud Library. Everything can live in a Palace project and shows up in Aspen. Can you just confirm that's how it works?
Right now, we have Overdrive, Libby, and we have Cloud Library. We haven't had the opportunity to work with Hoopla yet for their content, although they're here and we had dinner last night. So hopefully that will be a future possibility here soon.
Cool. Thank you.
But you can read simultaneously with those apps. We don't. We're not a kind of our way or the highway. Even if you have Palace, your users, if they're comfortable just reading in Libby or in Cloud Library, it still works. All of those still work independently of Palace. We're just one place where folks can come if they want to access all of it in one app and not have to have multiple apps. It's really a choice.
Thank you very much, James and Mark. I know we're online, so it's a bit awkward, but we are clapping even if you can't hear us. Yeah, thank you. Thanks again. And sorry, we didn't have enough time for more questions because it's time for the next talk now.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so for the next talk, we have Galen and Lena from Equinox, who are going to talk to us about building documentation for Aspen from implementation and beyond.
Okay, good morning, people. Let me get situated. Right. Good morning. Welcome to snowy Colorado. My name is Galen Charlton. I am the implementation and IT manager at the Equinox Open Library Initiative. With me is Lena Hernandez, our product and education specialist. Equinox is a nonprofit organization based in the US that supports open source software for libraries, including Evergreen, Koha, Core OERM, Subjects Plus, QFind, and of course, Aspen Discovery. And we are here today to talk about how documentation can be a superpower that binds together, communities, both within your library and in the context of the broader open source community around Aspen. So if you think about documentation, one of the concrete uses of it is to, in effect, show people the ropes, how to use the software, both as a library staff member or as a patron. And while of course there are multiple learning modalities and ways that people approach applications, there's no substitute for documentation as a starting point. And of course, documentation is something that applies both to the software itself, but possibly more importantly, how you use it. But in the particular context of an open source community, documentation is a great way to make connections and even help bind the community together. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lena, and we'll start a little journey exploring how documentation can be used and set up as a community superpower.
Morning, everyone. Galen, if you could advance to the next slide. Fabulous, thank you. So I first off want to start by making the case for why you should want to do documentation. A lot of times when people are looking at the time that's going to be involved with creating documentation, it can be a little daunting. It can be time intensive. It often might feel like a lower priority compared to the normal day-to-day rush of, making sure that your patrons are taken care of and getting those questions answered and cleaning out the toilet that's just exploded. Whatever has happened at your library, documentation often feels like that lower priority thing. But it's really, really important and will actually save you time in the long run. And kind of like, the Y2K computer thing where everybody's like, oh, nothing bad happened. It's all fine. A lot of that was because that initial work was done beforehand. So you didn't have the problems later on. Documentation is a lot like that, where if you do it well at the beginning, it's going to seem like it's magical. Everything's going fine. But if you don't have it, it can create a lot of issues. So some of the benefits beyond just that improved time saving in the future is also just it gets a lot more comfort for your staff as they're building the new process. If they're moving in through an implementation, having the stuff all written out is going to be a good way to learn the system as they kind of make their own adjustments to it. It creates a lot of consistency in your data and processes so that as you are pulling reports on that data, you've got better consistency there. It's going to improve the catalog for your patrons, especially when you're in a consortial situation. When you do have new staff members coming on, if you're already on your Aspen system, it's going to help ease the onboarding of those new staff members and retain some of that overall continuity of knowledge, even if you do have staff turnover. And also, Galen, if you could flick over to the next slide, as my cat Iris here notes, that it's that old adage of an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And it's going to mean that you have a lot more time for the fun stuff and the treats. If you get this knocked out at the beginning, it's going to save you time in the end. All right, Galen, if you could, next slide, please. And one of the things that we do want to point out is that the more you think about accessibility from the very start of your project, the better your project is going to be, and all as far as the documentation that you're sharing, but also that the better accessible your actual system is. The more you think about it as you're making those choices in your system, the less documentation you're going to need, because if you've considered accessibility, you're going to be making those choices that make it easier for your patrons and staff to use the system. And some things to consider with those for both your systems itself and your documentation is think about your design choices, like your layout, like the wording you use in order for people to find or get those e-resources, like we saw in the previous presentation. It also allows you to consider the particular needs of your community because everybody's library patrons are a little bit different. We want to consider things like alt text. If we're including images, if we're including stuff on our Aspen implementations, we have to think about why it's there. What value is it actually providing, and how can we convey that for folks even if they can't access those images? And it's not just a consideration for folks using screen readers, but also if you are in a rural area where you've got low speed for your internet, your images may not load. And so all of those alt text areas on your site are going to be really helpful for your patrons. And then moving over a little bit further is thinking about color choices. And once again, this is both on your actual site build, but also in your documentation. Color choices mean a lot to our subconscious brains. So you need to be thinking about what you are saying with your color choices. If you're using a lot of red all over the place, you're telling people that they need to be on alert all the time. And we see some of those features built into Aspen in some areas where, for instance, like in the system messages across the top, they've given you both the color and a indication of where you might want to use that particular color. And so incorporating those kinds of considerations into your documentation and into your build of Aspen are going to be really helpful in improving the overall access and use of your system. Next slide, please. When we're thinking about documentation, we also kind of need to think about why we're making documentation. So these on the slide here are a few of the reasons why you might be creating your documentation. And each type of documentation is going to require slightly different things in order to make it really useful. You know, you definitely want to be documenting those configuration choices. One of the great things about Aspen is that there are so many choices and so many ways that you can tweak the way Aspen displays to really, really make it most impactful for your library and your patrons. But those configuration choices are also the places where you are most likely to run into issues as new features get onboarded or as new people are trying to work within the system. Those are the things that they're going to need to know in order to most easily use the system. You probably will also want to do things with procedure manuals and documentation there around consortial uses, especially making sure that you all are on the same page and how you are entering data, how you're setting up your systems so that there is an ease of access and an ability to make sure that any decisions that are being going to impact the consortium as a whole are really going to bring that over and make sure that it's consistent across your different systems. And then, of course, the one that I want to point here at the very bottom is one of the most important is your patron access to the system. Patrons and staff, for that matter, have very different levels of comfort with technology. And so where there are places where you need to support your patrons are going to be those places where you have a general understanding of just kind of what that baseline is. How do I open my discovery layer? But also the things that are a little unusual about Aspen that your patrons may not know to look for. So for instance, we have the ability to do all those different themes to make the interface more accessible for patrons that need like a high contrast or that might want to use a dyslexic font. Those kinds of things are really, really cool, but the way to access them is not always going to be apparent right away to patrons, because unlike a hamburger menu where they might have seen that before, the access for finding those different things is in a slightly different spot, and it's not quite what they're used to. So we'll need to make sure that we're documenting those kinds of things to make sure that the patrons are really getting the best use out of the system that they possibly can. Next slide, please. And this is just kind of emphasizing what I said on the last slide, but really thinking specifically about what we want to document. Not just who our audience is and where we're going to use it, but what we need to document. Those customizations, really, really important. The day-to-day workflows for your staff use, and these are especially important during that initial implementation phase where folks aren't really comfortable yet with working in the systems, but also in making sure that your catalog is really cohesive moving into the future. Tools to help your patrons get the most out of the system, and troubleshooting tips. There are quirks in how your customizations are going to work together. And if you document the things you're doing for troubleshooting, then next year when you run into a similar problem, you'll have that documentation available to say, oh yeah, okay, I ran into this before, here's how I fixed it. And that'll save you a little bit of time as well. You can do next slide, please. And here I've got a couple different examples of what those formats might look like. And the type of document you're going to be doing is going to depend on your use case. All those things we just talked about before really are going to affect what you're going to do as your final format. So for your frontline staff, maybe it's cheat sheets to answer common questions. So even if they're not quite yet comfortable with the system, they can have a little sheet to reference back to and be like, okay, here's how I take care of that for this patron. Maybe it's a 1, 2, 3, like really quick handout just to kind of bridge that gap from I'm learning the system to I'm really comfortable in it. Sometimes you need that little reminder of what that next step is. Detailed instructions with screenshots for more complex activities can be really helpful. You can record videos, and that's going to be really great for both patrons that aren't comfortable with readings, especially low vision, but also folks that have a low literacy rate or just to learn better from video content. You might also want to think about tools that allow you to work along with a tutorial so that they can do step-by-step and get prompted on what the next things to do. And on the back end for the staff, thinking about notes documentation and where to share those particular type of notes. But as I called out here on the slide, it really, really is important to remember that some documentation is better than perfect documentation. It can be really, really easy to slip into this. I don't have time to make this how I imagine it should be, so I'm just going to put it off until I have time. And we all know we don't ever have time unless we create it. So start taking those notes, start writing things down, start just leaving yourself little notes around, and as you have time, bring them together, make them look a little prettier, but don't let the ugliness of that note-taking system prevent you from actually writing things down. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Next slide, please. We also want to think about where we're going to store that documentation. And the location of the documentation is really going to depend on who our audience is. So with your patrons, we obviously have the web builder that's built into Aspen, and that's going to be a really great place to host a lot of your materials, but also a way that you can tag and organize those materials to make them a little bit more discoverable by your patrons. We can think about social media channels or your website. You can also think about targeted locations. One of the things that it's very easy to slip into with documentation and trying to let everybody know what you have is that we often end up putting up so many things all over the locations that our patrons are walking around that it all just becomes white noise for them. So even though the documentation is there, they just don't see it because why would I care? There's signs everywhere. So being really thoughtful about not overwhelming the access points for your patrons, finding that balance. And so being targeted in those locations can really help make sure that the patrons who need to know certain things are more likely to know those exist. So, for instance, if you have some documentation available for your patrons on how to switch from the regular theme to a high contrast or theme, then maybe you want to put some signage next to the large print books shelves and tell them exactly how they can find those things and make sure that that signage is built out with that intended audience. So those kinds of things where you're linking together the need for that documentation with the place that person is going to be, and not overwhelming and putting that stuff everywhere in your library. For your general staff, Web Builder has that ability to create restricted access pages. So you can have a staff only site built into Aspen where they can come in and find their materials. It can be something as simple as a shared computer drive where everybody can come in and find that shared documentation. Once again, you're going to want to be thoughtful about where you're putting documentation, especially at like the circulation desk. You often end up with so many handouts and references and notes about what is going to be coming up and what things we need to do, that the circ desks often get overwhelmed with all the stuff that is up there. And it can be really easy to forget about that particular thing that you need. So being targeted where you're putting documentation. And then the last one here is thinking about internal wikis. So there's a number of open source softwares that you can use to create a custom wiki for your library and your documentation. It is an extra step, but it is not something that is out of the abilities of most of our library staff. And then thinking over to the technical side, and Galen's going to talk a little bit more about the technical perspectives as we come up, but those same things, those internal wikis, some of those same access points, but also considering ways that you can look at your version history of that documentation. That's especially going to be important with Aspen since it has that monthly release schedule. It can be very easy to leave something that references the old stuff and not the new stuff and not know which one comes where. So considering some sort of version control in there is going to be really helpful in making sure that what you have here is the most useful for this particular version that you're looking at. All right, next slide, please.
Okay, so when I am talking about the technical perspective for documentation, in this case, I'm talking about the people who are involved directly or indirectly in configuring Aspen. So Aspen, of course, has a lot of configuration settings, and as was demonstrated yesterday and exemplified by presentations about how you can use Aspen to drive digital signage or put that together NetGalley style carousels, or to configure it for the particular needs of prison libraries. Aspen's configuration system takes it beyond just a set of switches to a truly generative system. And of course, one of the very nice things about Aspen's administration interface is that by and large, the vast majority of the things that you can configure do include interfaces to see the history of those changes. So you can know exactly when and who made the background purple in honor of say today or Pi Day. However, Aspen does have a notable feature gap that I don't think will ever be closed. It does not have the ability to do a mind meld to remember why a given configuration change was made. And consequently, even in a system that keeps track of the changes you've made, documentation that exists separate from the administration interface can be crucial to help keep a record of why particular changes were made, be it whether a particular change was at the behest of a particular project, or if a change ended up being the way it is due to 4 hours of experimentation to get something just right. So from that point of view, documentation for the Aspen administrator is very much worth keeping up. And of course, it can be quite helpful not only for you figuring out why the you of 2 years ago did this particular thing, but also for any successors, or particularly in the case of consortial implementations of Aspen, if you are making the decision to start delegating down configuration access to Aspen, to explain why the consortial defaults are that the way are a certain way as opposed to something else. And then regarding the point about version control, yes, a version control system can be part of explaining, of keeping the history of why a change was made. But also, and I think this will be something that I fully expect will evolve over years, potentially may be useful as part of community-driven efforts to make changes to the core documentation. Of course, that very much is a work in progress, and we'll have more to say about training in the future. So at this point, I'll go ahead and switch it back to Lena, who will talk about the process of how to actually create documentation.
Thanks, Galen. Yeah, so hopefully by now you're convinced that documentation is the best thing ever and the thing that you need to do. And so we want to talk a little bit about how do you actually do that. And we're going to try to hit a variety of experience points. So even if you've never documented a single thing in your life, have some resources that we're going to look at. And maybe you're really experienced, really do documentation all the time. I hopefully will have a few tips for you as well that you can take and implement into your day-to-day documentation workflows. If you do next slide, please, Galen. So for the very baseline thing is you don't need anything special in order to document what you're doing with Aspen. You can start just by using the tools that are built into your computer. Most libraries end up having Windows-based computers. And so we're going to consider, you can just use Word. And Word has a lot of built-in accessibility tools. So you can make sure that you are adding like alt text to your images and that kind of stuff. Your basic Windows computer has the ability built in already to take screenshots and has the ability to even record videos. So you have a number of tools already on hand to create a number of different types of documentation for those different audiences and use cases. There's also a lot of tools out there that are just a browser search away. So things like color contrast checkers. In a few places in Aspen, there's built-in color contrast settings, especially when you're looking at your themes, but it's not showing up everywhere. So for instance, it is still possible to create a placard with low color contrast. And so there's some tools available online for free that will allow you to check those kinds of things. There's also a number of sites about how to write the best alt text. What do you want to include in that kind of information? And also we can talk about how we add captioning to any videos so that users who need that additional captioning in order to best use the video you've created will have that available to them. And we're going to have a bunch of links at the end of this section. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but we'll point to direct points for accessing those online tools, but also just how to use a screenshot on a Windows computer. So we'll have both of those things available at the end of this section. Galen, if you can jump to the next one, please. All right. So the very first thing to consider when you're getting started is I really encourage you to start from the community documentation. It will help you get those users the basics faster because you won't have to be creating stuff from scratch. You won't have to be investing all that brain power and time into figuring out how to do those very basic things in the system. It's really also helpful in understanding your options. If you look at the documentation from not only the Aspen Help Center, but also from all the different libraries and consortiums that have already implemented Aspen, they've all done some documentation, and you can see how different libraries have handled different aspects of this and see how it might best work for your particular library. There's also some drawbacks of using the community documentation. It can get really overwhelming because there's a lot out there, which is, don't get me wrong, I think fabulous thing. But if it's the first time you're kind of coming into the situation, it's hard to know, what do I look at? How do I make this all work for my situation? There's not currently any easy linking between different documentation sources. So if you want to go look at how 4 or 5 different consortiums have handled making these things, it's not necessarily easy to jump one to the other. But I want to say that getting started does not have to be complex. Start grabbing those basics. Start writing down just what you're doing. You can even just start by recording yourself. Using the built-in screen recorder on your computer as you make changes or as you show someone how to do something. If you're showing somebody how to do it, you're already talking out loud about the steps that you're doing, and you're already showing them where they need to click. So that can be a really solid start on your documentation, and make it much easier for you to get to that next step and that next step, because documentation is going to be an ongoing project. It's not always a one and a done kind of thing, especially as new features are constantly being added. There may be things that you decide to want to change later. You'll update your documentation, but having that base there, having that starting point, either from community documentation or from just recording what you're doing for yourself, those things are going to be really helpful for everybody getting down the line. So don't get overwhelmed. Don't feel like you have to do all the things. Think back to your use cases, what you're going to be documenting, who it's going to be for, and start with those most common activities or the most really high impact activities, and just start small and make sure that you get started, because often that can be the hardest step, is just making the commitment to doing the thing. Next slide, please. And specifically thinking back to Aspen Web Builder, it is built into your system. You already have this tool available to you, and it's going to be a great way to share the documentation you create. So we have those options for staff to create those restricted login pages where you can share your data. It can be also really helpful if you have staff that want to have remote access to data. I know with different security systems in different counties and places, you may not have the ability to remote into your computer. But if you put your staff materials on Aspen Web Builder, they can log in from wherever they have that browser access. So that can be a really great way to make those things a little bit easier for your staff. Similarly, with your patrons, you can create pages to host documentation. You can use those custom layout pages to provide different types of documentation for different uses. And because you can do categories and create your own set for your uses, you can tag together related resources. So if you want to tag in your page about how to change the theme to a high contrast theme to make it a little easier to read, and then you can also tag in the services that you offer for, you know, if you do like a reading out the newspaper kind of service, you can tag that with the same tag. You can tag in a description about how to find the large print materials in your library. It's a way to really connect all those different pieces and make it really easy for your patrons to discover the things that you want them to find. So that's why we have all of these things. That's why we do all these things, is to make it so that our patrons can use them. And so Aspen really does have all of these tools built in to make it an easy process for you to have your patrons find what they need in the system. Next, please. All right, so this slide and the next two slides are, I'm not going to spend time, definitely not going to read them out to you, but these are all links and they will take you to a variety of resources. And I include a lot of these accessibility resources here because I know that can be a little bit of a difficult topic to kind of get your head into at the beginning. And so a lot of these are very easy, understandable, and straightforward ways to kind of dip your toes into those practices. And if you are already kind of experienced, they also link out to additional resources that can be very, very helpful. So for instance, one of my favorites to point out is down under alt text. Veronica with 4 eyes, her alt text archive is a whole bunch of different articles that she has written about how to best describe in alt text a variety of things. So if you ever wanted to know how to best do alt text for the dresses that are showing up at the Golden Globe Awards, she's actually created something to talk about what things you might want to highlight there. And I think it could be a really great way to kind of get your brain around the best type of alt text. Because remember that alt text is not just for your screen readers, though that is an important thing to consider. It's also going to be your alt text for folks that don't have enough internet speed to actually see the images that you're putting up. And I want to remind everybody with the accessibility thing, a lot of libraries tend to get into this mindset of nobody's ever complained to me about this problem. I don't think it matters to my particular patrons. And with a lot of folks that need these accessibility practices, they're not going to complain to you because they're used to it being a problem everywhere. They're just not going to use your site. They're just going to say, oh, the library doesn't care, I'm not going to be able to use these things, and they'll just go somewhere else. So even if you haven't heard that you need to do these things, you really do if you want to make sure that everybody can actually use your library and isn't getting turned away by what you have online. Next slide, please. For those of you who have a little bit more comfort level with getting into some of these things, here are a few open source resources that and free resources that are available for accessing different practices. So VLC, for instance, you can add subtitles and it's an additional screen reader or screen recorder as well. DocuWiki is a really great wiki software for building your own internal wiki for your documentation. And Wave evaluation tool can really help highlight some of those particular issues that you might be able to fix, like high contrast issues, or like you forgot to put alt text on something, those kinds of things. So I think those are all really great resources. Next slide, please. And for those of you who are not as comfortable with technology and you don't know how to do any of those basic things like screenshots or recording your screen, or even just what to think about with accessibility, there are actually a lot of tools already built into your computer. They come from the factory with these things. And so these are just links to how to use those different features or where to find them if you're not already familiar with them. And next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to Galen.
Okay. So what I'm going to do now is to go through a specific example of what a documentation project might look like, to go beyond what's already available in the Aspen Community Help Center. As is often the case, cataloging is not, cataloging can be very much an area of active debate in libraries, especially in a consortia. So 2 catalogers, 3 opinions. In some cases, that can be a very real state of affairs. And of course, every library will need some kind of cataloging manual to document their processes, and to, in particular, describe where there's difference between professional, national, Library of Congress-based practice versus the practices that are needed at your particular library. And of course, in the context of a traditional ILS, such a manual can cover things like you, for example, remove these particular marked tags or suppress them from OPAC display because, for example, maybe you don't use certain subject thesauruses. And of course, in the context of a consortium, local practice can intersect in very interesting ways with the needs of a consortium, especially one that operates on a shared bib record model. Because the consortium has a need for consistent data practices and efforts to improve data quality, but consortia also very often tend to have widely varying levels of expertise and cataloging knowledge among their members. The consortium cataloging manual can be a key thing to keep everybody more or less on the same page. So the screenshot on this slide is an example of just a tiny bit of what the Evergreen Indiana Consortium has regarding managing record imports into Evergreen, but this will very quickly influence their upcoming use of Aspen, as they're currently in the middle of implementing Aspen. But one of the key things about a cataloging manual in the sense I'm referring to is it's not just a copy of the documentation that may come with the ILS. The ILS documentation may be the starting point in the way that Lena mentioned that the starting point for your local Aspen documentation could very well be the community documentation. But because you always have local needs and specific requirements, and you're not the generic library that is, in a sense, kind of the hidden, source of examples in, stock documentation. You need to supplement it. And Aspen, of course, in the context of cataloging, introduces a lot of new wrinkles into this question. So, for example, one of the key things about Aspen is the way that it can revolutionize the maintenance of metadata for electronic resources. Prior to discovery systems like Aspen, if you wanted to, for example, catalog your Overdrive records in your iOS, you could do that. You could load marked records from Overdrive. You could potentially go so far as to do record enhancement and authority control on those records, although that's probably not a very common practice because of the expense of doing so. But all of that takes effort, and of course, Aspen with its direct integrations that can pull metadata from sources like Overdrive and Hoopla, as well as its ability to sideload content, means that whatever you were doing in your iOS may not be applicable to Aspen, because it's often so much more efficient to just have Aspen do it. But that means that you still potentially have things that you need to document about your particular approach for those records in Aspen. But of course, Aspen is not just electronic content. It also pulls from your iOS. And of course, the quality of the metadata in your iOS directly affects what you see in Aspen. And from a certain point of view, if you go all the way back to the days of Aqua browser and when Viewfind was starting out, you could make an argument that discovery layers were actually the result of a secret plot by catalogers to prove once and for all the importance of getting fixed fields right. Because, of course, one of the things that the early discovery layers tended to highlight was things like if your fixed fields were wrong and the format icons that those discovery layers liked to use were misclassifying books as audiobooks or vice versa. All of that tended to highlight data quality problems. And of course, in that sense, Aspen is no different in that the better the data you maintain in your iOS, the better it will work in Aspen. But of course, Aspen introduces another wrinkle with respect to its grouped works, both the way that it can automatically group works together from mark and non-mark sources, as well as its ability to let you overwrite the automatic grouping to rearrange titles into your notion of what is the best grouping to serve the needs of your patrons. But of course, the moment that you call back to what is best for serving the needs of your patrons, you inherently raise the question of there can, of course, be legitimate differences of opinion about that. And again, Aspen does not have mind meld capabilities. So consequently, for any library or consortium that has a cataloging policy manual, once you've adopted Aspen, you very much should consider adding at least a chapter to that manual, talking about the concerns that Aspen will make apparent to you and to your patrons, both in the context of work grouping, but also for all the other data quality issues that may be applicable. And of course, anything I say for an individual library is often doubly or tenfold, or applies tenfold to the needs of a consortium. So the notion that you may need to make decisions consortially is very much a thing with Aspen. Now, of course, that doesn't apply to everything, since Aspen also gives you great controls for scoping, and localizing, configuration decisions so that members of a consortium can make different decisions. But nonetheless, there's always going to be a core of decisions around shared metadata that have to be worked out and then documented. So, and of course, all this can tie back to the needs of the public services staff, as well as, of course, things that you may find out if you do usability studies and user interaction studies, as was discussed in a presentation yesterday. But once you go through all that work, that actually, then touches into the discussion about sharing all of this. So, of course, I mentioned in my case study the example of group that works and potentially documenting your practices, particularly in areas where you choose to do manual adjustments to the grouped works. But of course, the decisions you make can both, influence recommendations that you make for the software to be enhanced. But of course, it's also a good entry point to the community. And of course, one specific example is the grouped works working a group that's alive and active in the Aspen community. But let's talk about some reasons why you should consider sharing what you do beyond just the needs of your library or consortium and its patrons. So, of course, every library has its unique aspects. It's a unique community that it serves. It's a unique collections. But it's also undeniable that there are common themes and common problems. So something you do to deal with a particular problem and to bend Aspen to your will in a specific area may well be of interest to a library across North America or across on the other side of the globe. And the good ideas you have locally may well be things that others will find useful. And since nobody only has good ideas, the feedback can go the other way. The example on the slide perhaps is a bit contrived. It's probably not that common that somebody will say in a community forum, oh, the way you're handling this cataloging problem is terrible, don't do it. But of course, the more positive view of this is that a forum where everybody is sharing their good ideas means that you can borrow and or steal the good ideas of others. Now, there are also reasons to not share. So as Nina alluded to, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Something that you document locally, that you're considering sharing, but you're a bit hesitant to because it's not perfect or it may not cover every relevant situation. Don't let that stop you. Something that is a good starting point is still a good starting point, even if it's not complete. And one of the things that is very common in open source projects is the moment one person expresses how they've run into an issue or something that they've tried to do, or a little innovation they've made, no matter how small, the first person who speaks up can sometimes open a floodgate of other ideas. So an imperfect initial contribution can help generate a good conversation that turns, a small idea into a much bigger idea.
Just a heads up that you have 2 minutes to wrap up, as we are now running out of time. Thank you.
Then another consideration is that you may be concerned that you were not, that what you're describing is too specific and only applies to you. You don't actually know that. Maybe it truly is just at you, but quite often is not. And if only one other library takes up your idea and perhaps improves it, you've still gained something. So what are the ways to share? So of course, one thing you can do is publish on the web. Web Builder, of course, gives you a built-in mechanism for doing so. But there are, of course, other ways. For example, if you go to the effort of publishing a web manual, a PDF manual, for your cataloging manual, you can also do the same with your Aspen content. Obviously, the Aspen Discovery Community Slack is a good place to mention things you're up to and to share. But also, since this is just the first AspenCon, one thing I would highly encourage you to consider is if you do something interesting with your documentation, the next time that the call for proposals for AspenCon rolls around, go ahead and submit your idea. So at this point, that takes us to the end of our slides. Are there any quick questions?
No, there aren't any questions. So thank you very much, Galen and Lena. So we're going to head into the break. We're just going to have a 5 minutes break and start again at 11:05. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm just testing my audio real quick. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we
loud
can
and
hear
clear,
you.
Mike.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to day 2 of AspenCon. So we've just had a short break and we're ready for the next talk, which is a lightning talk by Mike from the main Library Alliance, and he's going to talk to us about solving consortium world problems with the power of JavaScript. So Mike, I'll let you unmute yourself and share your screen. Great.
Hello all, give me just a quick second as I adjust my Zoom settings here. Alrighty then. Everyone sees my slide up on the screen, right?
Yeah.
Let me open up the chat just in case there's any questions as I'm talking. But all right. Hello, AspenCon. I'm Mike Gagurov. I'm the Digital Initiatives and Platforms Librarian here at the Main Library Alliance in Northern New Jersey. I'm hopeful to see everyone there in person on AspenCon 2025. I couldn't make it this year. I've been here at the Main Library Alliance since the very beginning of 2022. And that also happens to be when we went live with Aspen Discovery as the primary catalog for all our member libraries. And that was out without a long public preview or months of warning that this was coming to the patrons, which says a lot about the confidence that we had in the product, but also, needless to say, we had to hit the ground running with improvements we were already looking to make to enhance our Aspen experience. Now, I initially was going to get into what JavaScript is and show some examples, but I think everybody would like to see cool stuff we did first, and then we'll, if we have time, get to the rest later. So let's take a look at a few things. One of the first things I worked on at Main found me immediately jumping into the JavaScript snippet section of Aspen administration and trying to integrate the closing alerts banner that Main was already using on its prior catalog and consortium website. So here up here on the slide, the top is our old website and well, our current website with a closing alert, and at the bottom is that being pulled into Aspen. And what our libraries do, the consortium website is run off of WordPress. So there's a WordPress form where they can just submit their closing alerts. And anytime any library is closed, there's a notice at the top. So two things we had to do to achieve this, three. Two of them not quite JavaScript related, but we needed to take that little banner and stick it by itself on somewhere on our website. So as you can see at the top there, there's a website. I can't even read that from here, but that it goes to that just displays the banner. And if there's no closing alerts, that page is essentially blank. We also had to adjust some server-side settings on that site just so that JavaScript is allowed to pull that in. By default, when you're trying to pull something in from one web domain to another, let's say, so our Aspen sites want to pull in something from our website, generally JavaScript doesn't allow that. It's something called cross-origin resource sharing. So we had to make some adjustments to allow for that. But once we did, we were able to apply this gibberish of code that I won't get too much into explaining, but what this is doing is running a AJAX request and pulling that banner into our Aspen site. One thing you might notice at the top is that not everything on this page is quite JavaScript. At the top, we have an HTML style tag, which is supported within Aspen JavaScript snippets. And this one holds all the CSS that's adding additional styling to our banner. This is actually a pretty good alternative way to add CSS across your Aspen sites in a manner that's not tied to any specific Aspen theme. In our case, all our individual libraries have the ability to modify all their own themes, but we don't provide them JavaScript permissions. So there's no concern about anything getting turned off or accidentally overwritten. So this is just a quick breakdown of the code. I'm going to kind of skip over most of this. It's a simplified version of the code, but essentially what it's doing is saying, hey, if the banner doesn't already exist on on the Aspen site, reach out to that alerts.php file. And if it's successful, grab that content. And if that content is not blank or it's not very short, display it on the Aspen page. Here's my notes here. Another thing we had to get up and running early on is the ReachDeck toolbar, formerly known as BrowserLoud, which is the accessibility tool we were already using on our website and previous catalog. It provides text-to-speech, language translation, and text enlargement, and a bunch of other cool things. I'm going to quickly switch to a live view just to show that off briefly. If I click this here, you'll see this is the ReachDeck toolbar. We can translate the page into, for instance, Spanish. And anyway, we wanted to get this quickly integrated into our Aspen. The way this generally integrates is probably what libraries are more familiar with in terms of integrating a product or web widget via a JavaScript snippet. We're provided a script tag that, when added to a site, would just make everything load as needed. Hopefully. One of the many snags we encountered when adding this to Aspen, as I'll illustrate in a moment, is ReachDeck doesn't catch dynamic content in Aspen, like browse category modals, when translating the page. Give you a quick example here. I'm going to actually shut off briefly the code that is fixing that. I have the wrong snippet open though. Hold on just a moment. Here we go. So if I shut off the additional JavaScript that we wrote for this site, and this is our primary consortium-wide Aspen site. If we're translating into Spanish, for instance, and then open up a browse category title, you'll see it's not translating the rest of the page into Spanish. If I turn that back on, and then refresh the page, you'll see after a split second.
Sorry, Mike, we actually didn't see that. We're still seeing your slides.
That is, you're still seeing my slide. You shouldn't be. Let's see. Are you seeing my window now?
No, still seeing the slide. So I don't know if you want to move on and we can try again at the end.
Okay, that's weird. Let me actually.
Your other panel may be off screen. Sometimes the computer will push it off the view area.
Yeah, let me just see which screen I'm sharing. I'm with a complicated setup here. Hold on. Now are you seeing my screen?
And now we're seeing a blue window.
What was that?
We're seeing a blue window now.
A blue window. Well, okay, back to my slides. Sorry about that, everyone.
Sorry.
It's your desktop back screen is showing. Desktop.
It should be projecting everything to, oh, wait. I am killing all my time. Sorry, everyone. Let's try this real quick. Okay.
Yay, we're seeing
The
we're seeing your
screen
site.
still showing the slide?
We're seeing your site now. So
Oh,
it's
the site.
working.
Okay, cool. Alrighty then. Oh, something weird is happening. Hold on. Now I can't see my slides. Oh, I'll just leave my window open. Anyway, so this is the reach text toolbar. It translates text. And as I was describing earlier, if I shut that back off again, the thing I said I turned back on, what should happen when we open up a modal, such as something in a browse category, is it gets translated. But without the additional code we wrote, it doesn't do that. So I'm going to turn that back on. Refresh the page. And now you'll see it's picking up that translation. So this is where knowing some JavaScript came in handy. So what we did was we wrote code to detect anytime Aspen was making an AJAX request. In other words, pulling in additional content that it needs for that those pop-up modals. And then what we had our code do is just refresh toolbar. So it picks up that new content that Aspen is pulling in and make sure it applies all those translations and other accessibility options to that new content. So one large administrative challenge that we had is how to handle our libraries not yet using their own browse categories. Let's see. So if we go to, for instance, Bernardsville, I'm going to go to their home site. They are currently using the default main consortium-wide browse category. And that is the case for a handful of our libraries that didn't get into customizing their browse categories, but perhaps they were customizing their themes. We had reworked a lot of our admin roles, and there were many staff members with browse category permissions whose sites were using the consortium-wide browse category. With the way the permissions currently work, that led to a lot of accidental modification of the consortium-wide browse category, as well as other consortium-wide elements like web builder pages. Staff would think they're modifying something just on their site, but instead they'd be modifying it on the main wide site and for a bunch of other libraries. So what we did, if I masquerade as a user that's not my admin, but that has browse category permissions, was we added some special functionality to detect whenever a non-consortium-wide admin was trying to access those settings. So if I go to, let's do a quick search for cats. And if I try to go to, on this user, to add to browse category, by default, having browse category permissions and then having this browse category group assigned to their library, they would typically have access to modify it, but our additional code is prompting this this error message and instructing them, hey, you need your own browse category group. We'll set that up for you when you're ready. Likewise, if we go into Aspen administration, and click on Browse Category Groups, you'll see if we go to Edit, they actually get another a warning message here too, and it's actually locking out. I don't know if I can really illustrate that, but I'm trying to click anywhere here and it's disabling everything. Because early on, that led to a lot of headaches of like all of a sudden something was changed because some random staff member thought they were adjusting just their site. And in reality, they were adjusting everyone's site. The same is true for web builder pages. We have some consortium-wide web builder pages where staff members with web builder access on their own site needed to be blocked, not because they were maliciously trying to alter anything, because they just didn't realize they were doing things affecting the whole organization. Another thing we were doing is after some time, the consortium decided it wanted to maintain consortium branding across all our library sites, with our libraries adding their own logos, like Bernardsville and so forth. We wanted to still have the main logo display somewhere on each of our Aspen sites. For a short period of time, we were considering embedding our logo into each library's header image, but that didn't seem like work that we wanted to constantly have to do. Ultimately, the solution we came up with was dynamically loading the main logo onto all our Aspen sites, and while we're at it, turning it into a dropdown for consortium links. So if I just I'll just go to Roxbury, they're a good example. Here we have via JavaScript a dynamically loaded menu that displays the main logo, but then also has a drop down to our website and other system-wide resources. We also took a lot of care. I'm showing you Roxbury specifically because we took a lot of care that wouldn't interfere with any of our libraries already using menus. So if I go into a mobile view here, you'll see that as it starts to run out of space, because that logo is an SVG, JavaScript is dynamically shrinking it down so it could squeeze into the mobile view or shrunken view as best as possible. Wasn't quite as an issue for a lot of our libraries who aren't using menus yet, but for some of our libraries already using most of their menu space, we wanted to make sure we weren't disrupting the look of their site. How am I on time? Let's see. I'm probably going over, correct?
Yeah, just a few minutes, but you had some technical difficulties.
Yeah.
So you've got a couple of more minutes.
Actually, I'm seeing a question in, I don't even know which chat it is. I think it's the YouTube chat. Someone was asking if those translations exist in Aspen. And no, those are completely separate from the translation module in Aspen, talking about the, again, we're going back to the ReachDeck toolbar. Everything is being dynamically translated via Google's translate services. So this toolbar is just sort of integrating all those Google services together and providing a toolbar for facilitating those translations. We also, I just wanted to point out, we also have to add a little extra JavaScript as well, because when you're doing that kind of bulk translation via Google, it has a tendency to occasionally disrupt some of the flow on like we had some links that would just disappear because it's trying to translate those links. So we had to add some custom code to get that to work for some of our modals as well. And I am going to jump ahead, and I don't have my, I wish I could share my slides, but let me just soapbox real quick, and then I'll take any additional questions we might have. So for a person that doesn't have the words developer or programming anywhere in his current or prior job description, I spend an inordinate amount of time mucking around with code and opening up the developer tools in my web browser. At least part of the reason for this is I personally don't like repetitive tasks. I would much rather spend 5 hours racking my brain trying to automate something that I maybe could have very well done in maybe an hour manually, with the ultimate goal of next time being able to get that same thing done in 2 minutes, all while hopefully sharpening my skills in the process. This approach towards things can be particularly useful in a library consortium, where the tasks that you need to accomplish once, you'll often need to complete again another 50 some odd times. 50 some odd being the amount of libraries that my consortium happens to currently serve. And that number is only growing. The ability to automate and scale some of the work you do is the reason I strongly encourage everyone to try and at least learn a tiny bit about coding, particularly JavaScript, not necessarily to build a whole website or mobile app or integration, but possibly just to help you with the tiniest little bit of web tasks. Let me just, I have an example here. And what I mean by that, let's see, let's open up. Just to show a quick example, and then I'll finish up. This is the location settings on our Aspen Discovery. And what if you want to know how many locations you had? I mean, there's a few ways you could probably do it. I mean, you could scroll and count. You could try copying this whole thing into Excel. You can export it as a CSV. But what if you just did it with JavaScript? So if I open up the browser developer tools, which on any modern web browser, you hit Control-Shift-I on a PC, Control-Command-I or whatever it's called on a Mac, and you'll get these browser developer options. You have elements, you can see everything that's making up the current website. And we can see here that this is just a table with an ID of admin table. And let me copy and paste that. Where we'll be working is the console. And the console is where you can just add some JavaScript and do stuff on a web page. So I happen to know that if I do document query, select all, and then the ID of the table is admin table. And I know each element here is a just table row. So table body, table row. That didn't work. Admin
It's
table.
okay. Actually, we're not seeing your screen again. So don't worry. And we're also running out of time.
That is weird.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna have to finish here.
Thank you very much. If anyone has any questions or wants to see what I was trying to show off, feel free to reach out to me on Slack.
Thanks a lot, Mike. That was really interesting.
Thank you.
So we are now going to move on to our next speakers, who are Rihanna and Keisha from, and I've lost my screen, from Arlington Public Library. And their talk is called How the Utilization of Offer Authorities Helps the Automation of Record Grouping. So I'm just going to hand over now to Rihanna and Keisha.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Give us just a sec to set us up.
Of course.
And just to warn you guys, while we've been listening in, we've lost internet connection a couple of times. So if we blip out, we'll be back. Just
okay.
Stand by.
Good to know. Thank you.
Sure. Hello, my name is Keisha Poole. And I'm Rihanna Compton. We are cataloging librarians from Arlington Public Library in Arlington, Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C. Our presentation is titled, How the Utilization of Author Authorities Helps the Automation of Record Grouping. So when authors go by more than one name, they use nicknames, or if their name has different spellings or there are transliteration issues, these variations can prevent titles from grouping in your OPAC. Aspen author authorities allow users to collate these variants to help Aspen recognize which titles should group together. In Aspen, these author authorities can be added manually, and if the institution has Koha, have the LC name authorities extracted directly from the ILS. We will be examining our library's utilization of Aspen author authorities, how they affect grouping, and how this functionality might be enhanced. So for the next little while, we'll give you a little background information, briefly review authorities in Library of Congress and in Aspen, show you how authorities can improve grouping, and what we might expect in the future. So in Arlington, we are a library system with 8 branches. We have a specialized Center for Local History, and we have 1 detention center library. We were using Sierra and Pica, but migrated to Aspen and Koha in early 2020. Lucky for us, our new ILS was open source, so when the library had to shut down due to the pandemic, we were able to continue much of our work at home. When we went live and went back to work at the library in June of 2020, we had Koha as our ILS, Aspen as our discovery layer, and the support of Bywater Solutions. Because we have Koha, again, lucky for us, our Library of Congress authorities have been imported into Aspen to create Aspen author authorities, which we'll discuss in a little bit. So why do we care? Why do we care about record grouping? What is a grouped record? So first of all, Aspen uses the concept of Ferber to group like works together. So when different expressions of the same work are displayed together, we call this a grouped work. Side note, grouped works are also what Aspen calls the records that are returned in a search, and each has a unique ID. So what does this mean for us? This is a beautiful grouped work, and this is our end goal. This is a prime example of what we're after. All formats are grouped together. The print, the Kindle, the ebook, the audiobook on CD, etc., all displayed together under the same title. Now this works because there's either a title author match and or there is an Aspen author authority. The result is a seamless return of desired results, and any problem is fixed before it ever broke. And then we have ungrouped works, big boo. So this happens when there is a mismatch or some variation in title, format, source, or as we are particularly interested in, name irregularities. The result is patrons have to scroll through content that's not applicable or relevant to their search. So to fix this, the fix here, is to manually group these items or to think of ways to improve mechanisms of automation. We are specifically talking about how the existence of name authorities can improve grouping automation. So to start this conversation, let's review. Library of Congress authorities are single preferred authorized terms that are necessary, and they allow catalogers to use consistent terms to refer to the same person, place, or thing. On the patron side, users will ultimately choose synonyms or some other generic terms to refer to a given concept. We can't control what people do, but controlled vocabularies, like the Library of Congress name authorities, gather variant terms for all of these concepts and organize and streamline the retrieval process for staff and patrons alike.
So what are Aspen author authorities? A setting within Aspen creates a data set collecting variations of authors' names in the form of Aspen author authorities. From here on, to be referred to as AAAs, to cut down confusion with LC authorities. Also, it's super long. And also, let's admit it, all librarians love acronyms. With AAAs, Aspen can choose a name variation to be the authority for that author. It provides name variants for Aspen to recognize that should be grouped together. But very specifically, it does not change anything about the actual data on any given record or any given search. So you will still see those name variations. They will not be normalized. It just helps the cross-referencing of them and making them connect. We are now quickly looking at an example of how the addition of an LC authority in our ILS will automate grouping in Aspen. This is not the preferred workflow would be for LC authorities to be imported into Aspen en masse regularly as a part of your regular authority maintenance. But this is just an example so you can see how the data kind of flows. In this case, in the first image, you see two ungrouped records. The book record has the fullest form of the author's name as Tommy or Tia Claire, while the e-audio has the name simply as Tommy Tia. And for Aspen, those are two totally unrelated names, so it will not group these records even though they have the same title. In the second image, this is where I looked it up in Aspen to check for a AAA. Currently, with the current functionality, all edits to an existing AAA have to be done within Aspen because it does not recognize updates to the LC authority in our ILS. So I would have to check here to make sure that it doesn't already exist in some variant and just need an extra cross-reference. But since it didn't exist, I go into Koha, check to see if the LC authority exists in Koha, which it did not. I imported the LC authority. It didn't currently have the cross-reference of the simpler form of name of just Tommy Tia. So I added that cross-reference and saved it. I waited a few minutes, and through the process of auto magic, Aspen created a cross-reference, the corresponding AAA, and therefore grouped the two records. I will emphasize this point again. By no means do I recommend that AAAs be added on a one-by-one basis. It's just not a good workflow. There's nobody who has enough time to do all of that. In most cases, if you found something where it didn't match up, it's much simpler to just group the work. But however, if you're an institution that does authority record maintenance regularly in their ILS, and for now specifically Koha, you can reap some extra benefits if you have your authority records ingested into Aspen. Your LC authority records ingested into Aspen to become AAAs. Those benefits for us were that more than 10,000 records were grouped automatically by Aspen in the background without us having to do any work. As you see at the bottom, there was more than 1,500 records that we manually grouped since we've had Aspen, and that was related to most likely, a lot of them by tickets, meaning more than one staff member has looked at the same problem before that problem could be fixed, which is both, it was just a significant time killer and not an efficient use of that time. Whereas with the other ones, because we were doing the maintenance work already, 10,000 records were done, which is a representative 86% of all of the groupings that were done based on some kind of information that Aspen didn't inherently have. So looking forward, what can we do to make the use of AAAs more useful to all? Currently, AAAs do not update based on the update or deletion of LC authorities from the ILS COHA. That would need to be automated to make this process something that would be useful to everyone at large. Currently, we do get benefits from this, but it also, because it does not recognize updates or deletions, there will be maintenance that would need to be done heavily in both locations. And again, I couldn't recommend that anybody invest that much time and effort into doing both. We just allow it to work the way it's working for the most part. And if it doesn't work, we don't know. We'd also recommend that it reindex all records associated with cross-references in new AAAs or updated AAAs, because that way you don't have to individually reindex titles, which sometimes occurs. And furthermore, we would also like a mechanism for fix on failure. Currently, LC authorities, you have to fix those within your ILS too, because if a LC authority, two LC authorities have the same cross-reference, let's say you have two records, one that says John P. Smith, one that says John R. Smith. They both have the same the cross-reference for James Smith. You would have to individually choose which one is the correct one. If there was a mechanism for you to do that within Aspen, you could teach the AI what types of materials each author actually is more likely to be writing.
So even further into the future, we look forward to utilizing more data from our Library of Congress authorities, data maybe like genre info, to use that in our OPAC to improve grouping and enhance other functionalities. So out of curiosity, I looked up J.K. Rowling's name authority, and there were subject headings, genre headings, demographic information, a whole bunch of data that could be used to enrich and educate the AAAs, and potentially also create links and other relationships to records based on these references. So all of this to help Aspen, and dare I say AI, learn to identify and reference concepts harder, better, faster, and stronger. In summary, we are looking at enhancing the power of Aspen author authorities, improving the overall usability of Aspen, creating a more seamless user experience, and reducing, if not eliminating, manual intervention.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions?
Yeah, we are just checking if there are any questions, but thank you very much for your talk. Yeah, that was really interesting. Oh, so I'm just reading about, but actually no questions from YouTube so far. I'll just wait a couple of minutes in case there are anything popping up. Yeah, I don't know if many people use that authorities in Aspen, so I'm sure everybody learned a lot from your talk. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm not seeing anything else in terms of question. Yeah, we do have a little bit of a lag between the Zoom call and YouTube, so it's always worth waiting a bit. Oh, there's one, so please hang on. It's coming. Okay, so the question is, how do you know the 86% were grouped because of the AAAs?
Okay, I'm going to throw Mark under the bus. I asked him to run a report, and he did it on our test server to check and see, because we couldn't really see, we don't see it when they group based on the AAAs. So we asked Mark if he could run a report to see the instances that groupings happen based on cross-references that came from a AAA. And he gave us the number, the 10,000, I'm sorry, I'm not looking at it right now, 10,000, et cetera, plus number of groupings that occurred. And I just did it as a percentage of the total number with the ones that we did the manual groupings. Some of those manual groupings were probably things that could have been something that a AAA would have fixed as well. But again, on a regular basis, it's way faster just to group it one by one than it is to add a AAA.
Okay, thank you. I haven't seen any of the questions pop up, so I think it may mean we'll head into lunch early. So thanks again to all the speakers who joined us this morning. I apologize for the slightly different setting and for the technical issues. But yeah, thank you to all of our speakers and to the attendees who joined us via YouTube. We have one more session this afternoon that will be live streamed. So please come back for 1:30 for the future of Aspen. It's going to be an interactive session. We really want your thoughts on that topic. So please join us at 1:30 and enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from the lunch break. I think we're just about to get started in a minute or so here. Hi, everyone, and welcome to our very last virtual session of AspenCon 2024. We made it despite all of the snow and delays. So thanks for everyone for bearing with us today and our excellent host ode from this morning, and all the presenters who have just rode the wave of snow um, this morning. So next up is Jordan Fields, and she is going to present the future of Aspen, which will be an interactive session. So I've heard have your phones ready. And also as a reminder, following this session will be the in-person workshops at the Table Mountain Inn if you're not already here. And take it away, Jordan.
Thanks so much, Tara. So I have intentionally put this slide up first before we do a little bit of an introduction because first of all, I want you to answer this question. This is what we started with yesterday. And I know that we had some excellent conversations last night at our dine arounds. Those of you that are virtually, I can imagine you going over to your colleagues and having those conversations. So this is really your last chance to get those ideas into this poll. Once you are in this poll, and you will see the results in a bit, this is the same link that we will use for the interactive session. So I'll give you a few minutes. I'm going to talk for just a little bit, and then we'll get started and have the interactive portion. But this link down here is what you will use for that. And that link will be posted during the interactive session. So if you didn't get it right now, during the session, you can definitely get it. All right. So my name is Jordan Fields. Most of you met me yesterday. I am the Aspen product librarian at Bywater Solutions, which means that I get to work with all of our community in deciding what we do with Aspen. What features do we want to build? What's most important to us? Work with all of those community groups and have all of those conversations. The future of Aspen, when we asked all of you what you wanted to hear about at AspenCon, this was the #1 thing. So we decided to finish up the conference with this, because after this conference, we will definitely be moving into the future. Now, one caveat, I like to talk about the future, but I cannot see into the future. If I could, we would not all be in hotel rooms right now, those of us here, and we would have maybe picked a different venue or something like that. Like Tara said, we've all done a great job adjusting, but the future is what we together make of it, and we're building it together. So we're going to have 3 parts to today's presentation. I'm going to talk a little bit more in depth about what Mark was talking about at the keynote yesterday, the development landscape of Aspen, because it does impact our future. Then we will have a super fun tournament of features. I'm really excited about this to hear from all of you. One note that we have a 30-second delay on YouTube. So you will be seeing the questions change on your screen where you're answering the questions a little bit before you'll be seeing the responses in YouTube. So I kind of got both screens up. I'm going to try to do the best I can with timing, but just a little bit of a caveat there. And then the last thing I want to do is go through the answers that we all filled out earlier with that, what we started with yesterday, building the future of Aspen. We'll look at all of your responses together. Moving on. Okay, one more analogy, because I love explaining things by analogies, is thinking about software development as if it were designing a building or a town. If you think about it, we usually go through planning. So towns, you maybe have an architect, you maybe have a city planner, you're thinking about what you want to do, what you want to do next, what you're doing now. The buildings are then designed and built. Wonderful. But that's not the end of it, right? As the town grows, you have new buildings, new things coming out, but those original buildings also need to be maintained, just like software. We're always building new things, but we also need to maintain what we have and make sure that it's strong. Of course, the more buildings that you have as your town grows, the more maintenance you have. So that's just something to think about as we look at another one of the slides from yesterday morning. So the way that the development is different is that in a lot of cases, it's the same people doing the planning, the development, the maintenance, all of that. So maybe you want to build a new school, but you also have a building that maybe needs new plumbing, needs new electricity, or even you're in an apartment complex and you need a door put back on, or a little bit of a drip fixed for your plumbing. What's different with software development is those are all the same people. So you can imagine trying to build a school and then somebody gets called off to fix an emergency plumbing issue or electricity or something like that. So that's one of the things that we think about with development. The people that you see here on the screen are the people that do all of that. Again, for those of you that weren't here yesterday, these are the folks that contribute development to Aspen Discovery. This is only since 2019, and I'm not sure we said it yesterday, but it's based on Git commits. So this is a rough estimate, and I think it does a pretty good job of showing who's out there, who's contributing, but the commit numbers aren't perfect. And as a lot of you that are developers know, you work together in doing lots of things. So just because it has somebody's name on it, there might be multiple people that contributed. This is really just a way to show kind of about how many people we have. The reason this is in an inverted triangle is because those two names at the bottom, they are those with the most experience, but we also are leaning on them the heaviest. We're going to come back to that in a minute. And we want that to grow, and we want to develop that expertise. But right now we have to be cognizant of the fact that we have a fewer number of people on the bottom, and we're both relying on them to build the new buildings and teach people how to build and how to fix things. Okay, so this is a little bit of inside baseball, but this is actually within Bywater Solutions. I believe that we have the most number of partners using Aspen Discovery right now. So I wanted to give you a sense of how many new building requests or new feature requests and then maintenance requests that we have. These are with our partners. We ask them to put in a ticket when they have a new request or something that they think needs to be fixed. So that's what you're seeing here from our internal system. And you can see that we have over 1,000 new requests. That's the green line there. And then the red line are bug fixes. And this can be anything from something major like critical that we need to fix right now to like, well, maybe this one color isn't quite like these two colors don't match well together, or I adjusted this theme and this one little border isn't right. The other caveat here is that these are each from individual libraries. So if 6 libraries request the same thing, that actually counts as 6. So these numbers are a bit inflated, but I just wanted to give you the sense. Now, if you think about this team that we had here and, do a quick count of maybe some of those people, I didn't do a count, but, looks like, I don't know, 20 to me, actually a little fewer than 20. And then you look at the number of requests, you immediately think, oof, how do we decide? How do we know when do we do development? When do we get one of those maintenance requests or those bugs done? And that's what we want to talk a little bit about before we get into the super fun stuff. So the current state of Aspen Discovery development, we do have monthly releases, which I think everyone knows. We do want to keep those. Those are very important for keeping up with patron expectations. This is, again, the way that our patrons' software works. We don't want them to open up the library website one day and have everything be different. Well, okay, when you're migrating, that's what's going to happen. We all know that, but we don't want that to happen once or twice a year. We want that to be a very rare thing. Instead, what the public is used to now are tiny little incremental changes. So not a big shock, just, oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. Oh, that's neat. That's the kind of thing we're shooting for. It's also better for staff. Our staff are busy, so it's easy to quickly see once a month a couple new things rather than giving them 20 pages of release notes and, build and trying to okay, this is what all of a sudden, this is what your patrons are going to see today. So especially, it's different for an ILS staff that has time and training and it's workflow, but it's a lot harder on the front desk staff. It's much easier to have these tiny little changes. Something recent changes to how we've developed. We talked yesterday about that kind of exponential growth. It's made it a little bit harder to develop new features as frequently because we're just called in all of these different directions. We're still doing it. Definitely, we release pretty much a big new feature almost every month. We're working on it. But we still do have a lot more of those little things just to make sure that all of the different libraries on all of the different ILSs with all of the different integrations, that it works well for everyone. And that's quite a bit of maintenance. I'll talk later a little bit more on focusing on priorities, but yeah, we'll save that for next time. You can see it on the screen. The next thing that we're really going to be focusing on, if you haven't picked up on the theme, is mentoring developers. So our most experienced developers are going to be spending some of their time mentoring some of those newer developers. A little bit less time coding because of that, or they'll be pair coding with some of those newer developers. So just to kind of let everyone know, that's really where Aspen is at as far as development right now. So I still haven't said much about how we decide what to develop. With Aspen, we don't publish a roadmap, a set roadmap. I always say that the second you publish a roadmap is the second that it is out of date, because this is how we actually choose what to develop. First of all, we listen to the community. That's what all of those community meetings are for. That's what we're doing today. That's what this tournament of features that we're going to do is going to be all about. The second thing, and this is really hard, is trying to work on the most important thing. And that's, it really is just hard. It's the features, it's how big is this bug? How many people are reporting this? How long has this person been waiting? We do the best we can to weigh all of those things together, and we make the best decisions that we can. So that's just how we do it. And then last is agile planning. That comes back to not having a roadmap. We're always switching. We have a weekly plan that we follow. So we actually plan weekly. And then even then, like if something comes up, we always take care of that. And hopefully all of you are seeing that if you have something that is absolutely like your patrons can't use Aspen, like we always take care of that right away. All right, so I had to show you that graph with the green line and the red line. And you're probably thinking like, oh, it'd be so great to be able to see what all of those things are. We know that. We are working on a solution for that. I will say that Bywater is starting to take the responsibility for that piece because we know what the requests are, and we are going to be the ones that need to migrate those requests from that, from our software. We'll do kind of the first round and work with some of the other development companies, and we'll get them up there and then make sure that everyone can see them. This is a big project. We're looking at different softwares right now. Right now, we're thinking like probably later this year, maybe early next year. It's just a big project to choose because we have a lot of different stakeholders. It's not just you, the libraries, it's also all of the different development organizations that we talked about yesterday, making sure that we can easily see the different issues, that we can share data that we want to share, and that we don't share data that belongs to individual libraries that maybe other people, other vendors, like we all have your data and we can't share it. So it's a little bit tricky there, but we have kind of a draft set of requirements and we're looking for some software to meet that need. I haven't heard this come up much at this conference, but it's definitely come up at a lot of our meetings. So just wanted you to know that we're working on that. Okay, I did promise that this was the future of Aspen. We do talk a lot every month about what we think is coming up or what our plans are. And for the past few months, this is the #1 feature that the community has prioritized and told us that this is the most important thing to work on. So for those of you that don't regularly come to our community meetings or the Aspen gathering, this is the big coming up feature. It's not going to be in the tournament of features because it's already like queued and like ready to go as soon as we can get this new important building in our community built. So what this is improvements for record grouping. We want to ungroup the graphic novels from related titles. So where you have Wings of Fire is the one that always comes to mind because it can be so tricky where you have sort of the novel version and the graphic novel version. Sometimes because of the way the metadata is, those get grouped together in Aspen. And of course, we can manually ungroup them, but we don't want you to have to do that. So we'll be able to pull those apart. The same thing for the Young Readers Edition. Some libraries catalog these in such a way that they don't get grouped, but many people do. And with records coming in from content providers in different places. Some of these get grouped together. So we're going to be making sure that we have an automated way for those to be ungrouped. And then the fun thing that I like is we're going to be displaying those related titles within the grouped work. So this is a pretty rough mock-up that we did just of how would this look within a grouped work. If you notice down here at the bottom, the also available, again, this will style it up, don't worry, but this is what it would look like. Not so much large print, but you can see the different languages as a graphic novel or as an e-comic, young readers edition. And then clicking on one of these would pull it up in that light box. So you can kind of see that title and go to that title. So this is a way to separate them, saying these really are different works, but hey, would you prefer it in a different language? Maybe you are interested in the graphic novel version, or that for whatever reason that sounds better to you. So this is the feature that we're looking at next. Okay, so last thing before we get to the tournament of features, I just want to say that if it isn't clear after AspenCon, then you haven't been listening. The future of Aspen definitely belongs to the community, and all of you have feedback to provide, and all of you have something to contribute. And that's what we really want this first conference to be about, and we really want to see moving forward. So without further ado, forgive me, I'm going to be in like 3 different applications here, but we are going to do a little tournament of features. So we have 2 of these. We have a warm-up tournament of features with lead of features, and that's what you're seeing on the screen right now. I was really happy yesterday during the panel. Literally the 4 features you talked about, I showed this to Kirsten and I said, hey, look, it parallels exactly what the folks on the panel were talking about. These are the 4 features that came up. We are going to put these head to head, and I'm going to go ahead and start that right now, and then we'll be filling this in as we go. Okay, I am going to activate this poll for us. I'm going to go in here and present. So this is where it might get a little bit awkward with the timing with YouTube. So I'm going to try to time it and watch, but I'll tell you what these features are. Okay, most of you heard these yesterday, but push notifications for account messages. This would be within Lida, where like your hold is ready, something's coming due, and we would actually push those out through Lida. The second one came up yesterday, although this is what I heard yesterday was even a little bit different. Navigational maps like stack map integration within Lida, where it could tell you if you were in the library, maybe what other like interesting books would be near you within the library. So I'm watching on the screen. A little bit behind. Navigational maps are, I'm going to tell the YouTube people what's, oh, sorry, I'm getting my own head confused with the 2 screens. We'll go with this one just a little bit longer. Looks like we have a pretty solid winner right now. Okay. So it looks like of round 1, of which feature should we build next for Lida, the winner will be push notifications for account messages. Yay! Okay. Next up, so this is the second one in round 1. 2 different features here. The first is allow libraries to update the loading messages. This is when Lida is pulling in all that information about the patron from discovery, pulling in information about their home library, their linked accounts, all of that. You would have the ability to, easier than translations, just add a whole bunch of different loading messages there. So the patrons would get different information or different stats or the little fun facts, whatever you wanted to put in there. You could put branding or marketing for like library events in there. The second is better stats. We've had a couple of requests for this. You can get some, if you have library branded Lida, you can get some stats from the app stores, because those libraries have to be in the app stores themselves. But this would also be better stats for the shared Lida. I'm going to pause a little bit and let things catch up. We have a pretty definitive winner here, though, I think. All right. We are going to move on to the next one. Oh, actually, I need to refresh this. We have somebody in the background that is updating these as we go. Okay. I think we got it. Cool. Nope. Well, actually, we need to get to the next one. Oh no, wow, this one's tight. Okay, it's looking like 50-50 over here. We don't have a tiebreaker, everybody. We're gonna let this one go maybe a little bit longer. Okay, we're starting to get push notifications. It's getting a little bit in the lead. Oh, this is tough. I don't know. I was not made for sports broadcasting, but what I'm thinking is, it was pointed out yesterday with push notifications that this would have to be an ILS by ILS feature. We would roll it out for the ILSs that we could, but this one really does depend on ILS functionality and if we can, how easily we can get at those account messages. We have looked into this one a little bit. Better stats. We're evening out now. I think we're starting to see that the winner will be push notifications for account messages. All right. 1 second here while I update our brackets. Okay, we are going to take a look at how the Aspen LIDA tournament played out. And this is what you get for real-time editing, but you can definitely see where we won here. Push notifications for account messages is right there. It's definitely our winner of the LIDA Tournament of Features today. So yay! Yay for LIDA Tournament of Features, push notifications for account messages. I will tell y'all you picked the hardest one, like by far, but that's okay. We like to do hard things. That's why we were the very first to do any kind of record grouping. I will say that. So we will definitely look at that one. All right, let's go back to our poll. And it looks like it started me over again. So thank you for your patience with technology. We all love technology. Let's start with this one. Okay. Okay, now we are looking at the features for Aspen Discovery. Two options here, and I can see right away before I've even explained it, like they're kind of neck and neck. Improved web builder. This would make the web builder just a little bit easier. Well, quite a bit. I shouldn't say a little bit. Quite a bit easier to use. We would have a drag and drop interface. It would have an interface that would maybe match some email templates that we would have later. Easier way to manage images. That's just a little bit of what we would do with an improved web builder. Improved and more ILL integrations. So we have a few ILL integrations right now. But we've noticed quite a few different people asking about them. This would be something like when we started doing event integrations. We would be doing one at a time. So we kind of come to the community and say, okay, like raise your hand if you want ILL. Okay, let's see who's got what, who's got the most. And then we would kind of do it that way. And of course, they have to have APIs. They have to be willing to work with us, which lots of our vendor partners are. And then we would start to tick off some of those ILL integrations. And if possible, what this would mean, it could mean a couple of different things depending on the ILL integration, but we would really want to be able to see my account and ideally pull results from ILL integrations into Aspen, not directly into the catalog, probably in kind of some side content. We do this a little bit right now, but it'd be doing that more and with more ILL providers. Okay, it's neck and neck. Well, this one's close. I'm afraid to shut this one down. I think we're gonna call it for improved web builder. So yeah, very close. Okay. Next up, we have shareable manual grouped works and holds history. So shareable manual grouped works, as many of you know, lots of Aspen Discovery instances are have some features that they can share. So if you don't know about this, this is a great thing for you to know that the community can share translations, language translations. Those are shared automatically. You also have the option to share themes. So if you see a theme that you really like on another Aspen site, you can request that it be shared to the shared server, and then other folks can pull that down. And that it doesn't pull down everything; it pulls down like the colors, but not necessarily the logos. It's pretty fun. But we would do the same thing with manual grouped works. So right now we have libraries that are manually grouping and ungrouping things. And we have architected Aspen so that these things can be shared. So if one person ungroups Wings of Fire, everyone would have the option to do that. We've talked with our cataloging working group about doing this, and they would help us with this and have some oversight over what would be shared to the community. The second one is holds history. Some ILSs have this, some don't. This would be ILS dependent on whether or not we could do it. But what this is if a patron places something on hold, and then it's a little bit different than reading history, whether or not they picked it up, whether or not just kind of what they placed on hold, and then what happened with that hold within their account. And I will say, this one is surprising me. Holds history is ahead right now. I would not have predicted that. We'll give you just a little bit more time. I don't know if you want those shareable manual grouped works, get in there now, because holds history is ahead. Okay. We are going to call it for holds history. Moving on. Okay, next up. Now, this first one, I am shocked that hardly anyone has come to me, and this is totally fine. We're okay with it, to talk about just investigating AI integrations. Our team has talked about it a little bit. We have some thoughts, but just kind of throwing it out there to see if anybody's interested. And so far, nobody is interested. So as I'm watching the numbers go up, oh, okay, there's somebody. Thank goodness. You can't just leave that feature hanging out there by itself. I mean, it was my idea. Did not come. That's evidence for things needing to come from the community. Jordan, don't just put things up there to see. Like, just wait until you hear it from the community. The second one, new features for existing e-content integrations. This is where Overdrive does something new, Hoopla does something new, a new either purchasing model or whatever it is. It's going back to those integrations that we already have and saying, what new things do they have? What can we integrate with? A good example of this would be the Hoopla Flex model, and making sure that we integrate with that. This one seems pretty solid, that we're really wanting new features for existing e-content integrations. That's great, everyone. I'm happy with that one, because that's something that we know we can do. The investigate AI integrations, we certainly could do something with that. And we do very AI-like things within Aspen already. But I was just curious to gauge the interest of how many people had this in their mind. All right, I think this one is pretty clear. So we're gonna move on. This is our last parent, well, last of round one, pair 4. Okay, this is what feature should be built next for Aspen Discovery, patron-driven acquisitions in Aspen. Let me talk a little bit about what this is. We've had a couple of our libraries notice that when they have patron-driven acquisitions and e-content platforms like Overdrive, those tend to do really, really well. Patrons are finding things that they want, and then they know that the money that they're putting into their collections is being used. Now, if you parallel that with a physical collection, we know that libraries are buying a lot of physical titles that just kind of sit on the shelf and maybe only get checked out once. Or sadly, one of our libraries did a study to show how many were never checked out at all. So the idea behind this is that you could add records to your catalog that are not titles that you own, and you would be able to then, if a patron requested it, we would have relationships with distributors that could get those books to the patrons just as quickly as we could. Would feel almost like a regular hold. But then you would know that your collection development money was being spent on titles that were actually definitely checking out and that definitely people wanted, instead of trying to guess. The second one, we've always talked about internally, but this is my other one that I kind of snuck in there that never heard from a partner until we said, what ideas do you have for the community? And somebody wrote this in there, and I don't know, maybe it was our staff, we'll see. But this is the idea of a personalized Spotify Wrapped. This is the end of the year. We have so much in patrons reading history. Of course, this would be, opt-in, but again, it's all about meeting those patron expectations and giving them what they're used to from other services. So we could say, hey, your number one genre or subject heading or whatever was this. You checked out this many books. So that's the idea behind the personalized Spotify Wrapped. And if we want to do that this year, we need to get started like now. So that'd be a good thing to know. Okay, watching it. Okay. It's pretty close. Okay, I'm going to call this one for Spotify Wrapped. We are ready to move on to round 2. This round will go a little bit faster because we've already explained what these features are, but I'll still try to give everyone time to weigh in. So we have our improved web builder versus our holds history. I'm still shocked holds history got in there. I thought for sure shareable manual grouped works. If holds history wins, this is going to be like the biggest upset I could have imagined, but that's okay. If you love it, you love it. That's why we ask. Oh, it's getting a little closer. Improved web builder still, oh, they dropped below 60%. Feels like this is a lot of how long do we leave the poll open? I think we're going to call it. Okay, let's go ahead and call this one for improved web builder. Next up, okay. Our last pairing, this is, I guess this is called the semifinal. Before we get to the final, the new features for existing e-content integrations and the personalized Spotify Wrapped. Okay. New features for existing econ integrations. It's above 60. Oh, I really wanted to do the Spotify Wrapped. It was going to be really fun. We still can. Okay, I think we're going to call it. We will call this one for the new features for existing e-content. Okay, here we go. Final round. This according to AspenCon 2024. This will be the #1 feature that we like. My other favorite fun fact from the polls today is that librarians at AspenCon 2024 prefer pineapple on their pizza. That's what we learned. Oh man, we're gonna have to leave this one open a while. These are close within 10. Oh, we don't have a tiebreaker, so somebody's got to win. I think you can only vote once. Hopefully nobody's back there. Just click, 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 click. No, I think you can vote once. Oh my goodness. Okay. Our numbers are, oh no, I thought they had stabilized. Okay. I think we're calling it here. Okay, I'm calling it. We are gonna go and see what we got. So here's the official Discovery Tournament of features. new features for existing e-content is number one. So that is a whole bunch of things. Luckily, all those vendors that we saw, we have great relationships with all of them. This was part of doing Palace Project. Even they were a new one, but we do have we do want to go back. We know that Overdrive and Hoopla and a lot of those vendors have new things. So AspenCon 2024 has spoken. And then for Lita, just a reminder in case you're joining us late, push notifications for account messages wins. So yay! All right, now let's go back. And I want to look at some of the answers from our poll. And I'll go ahead and activate this again. Now this is going to, these have been coming in. The way that it loads is it kind of loads so you can watch them come in. So we have some great ideas in here. I previewed some of them, but I know that some of you have added some of them since then. So we're just going to see what comes up. I love this idea of crowdsource funding for a VPAT for accessibility. For those of you that don't know, VPATs, this is for accessibility to kind of go through and prove how accessible a product is. And it can give you points that you need to work on and also say, yes, it meets these standards. They're very, very expensive to have done externally. So if community wanted to fund something like that, I think that's a great idea. Here is that Spotify wrapped idea. So so sorry, Spotify, you didn't win this time, but we love that idea. The idea of building the help center with the community, different libraries and consortiums can contribute their experiences to help current and future Aspen administrators. That is a great idea. That is something to bring to the community meeting. And then if they want to create a subgroup off of that, that is the perfect way to do that. Oh my gosh, they're scrolling faster than I can get in them. Having a to-do list for documentation, same kind of idea. So how basically organizing around where the documentation is and where the community is. Volunteer to be the chair and chair-elect for the next AspenCon. Yes, please. We would love that. So again, we actually do have Slack channels for AspenCon as well, so you can search and find those if you want to come. I'm sure we'll post something in the general Slack too when we're ready to start planning the next one. A group or committee for contributing documentation seems to be a theme here. I loved the talk earlier from Galen and Lena on documentation. That was great. And I know we have a workshop this afternoon by Ode on contributing documentation. While we're looking at an enhancement platform, use the Aspen community meetings to upvote enhancement requests. Yes, this is what we do right now. If you are not in that meeting, it's only every other month. It's like 6 hours out of your entire year. Like, please come and help us decide, because that's where we really got the idea for the improvements to grouped works. That came right out of there. I love the idea Mark had yesterday about a group of folks to work on documentation. Yep, exactly. So hearing themes, we like themes. It gives us nice, actionable things. I'm so new to the community. I have no idea what deficiencies in the community might be. Come to the community meeting. That's the perfect opportunity to learn what other libraries are talking about. Other than the Aspen Gathering, the community meetings are run by community members, run by libraries. So just come. You don't even have to talk. You can just sit and listen until you're ready to talk. I think having these workshops where we share our sites and our code helps us make our catalogs better. Agreed. If you have ideas for workshops or you have things that you want to share, I don't know if you sense a theme, but come to one of those meetings and talk about it, or post it in Slack. You can also create your own channels in Slack. The grouped working group came out of the catalogers group, and they have their own channel in Slack where they talk about those things. They organize their own meetings completely by the community. Like, vendors don't even go to that one. I love the Aspen community. I want to create something on a smaller scale for our libraries, for a consortium. That's great. And we actually have a good number of consortia that have those kinds of groups. So if you're not sure how to run that kind of group for a consortia, ask in our Slack channel, because I know there are committees and things like that that our consortiums have. And the committee is there to help each of you do what you need to do. Aspen Academy classes are great too. Yay, more learning options. And love the idea for more and easier community contribution for documentation. Definitely a theme. So I think that we have kind of slowed down. Thank you for all of those ideas. Thank you for sharing them. Thank you for us just having the opportunity to talk here. And we know now all the places where we can contribute those, or we can continue those conversations. I will go ahead and leave. Actually, let's just leave this up while I see if we have any questions. At the end, I will go through kind of next steps for all of our in-person attendees. just to let you know what's going on, because if anybody's not aware, if any of our remote attendees aren't aware, we are in the middle of a snowstorm in Golden. So let me ask if we have any questions. Okay, we're gonna let, I'm not seeing anything right now. Oh, I do see a comment, but what if both would be nice? Oh, I wish. I so like every day I wish we could just do all of it. The hard thing is making the decisions. You know, we just have that small number of people. That's why the easiest thing to do that we think to do is to grow the number of people doing it so we can have more of the things. All right. I will go ahead and go ahead. I don't see any questions coming in. So I'm going to go ahead and talk a little bit about next steps. So if we keep saying the community website and you don't know where we're talking about, community.aspendiscovery.org, we do have this announcement at the top. So actually, before I get into all the snow stuff going on, let me just thank everyone for coming today. Thank you to all of our presenters, especially those that were planning on being in person today, are, using technology. They weren't, they didn't bring their favorite headphones because they thought they were going to be on a big stage. So thank you, all of you, to being flexible. Thank you to everyone that's attending remotely. We wish we could hug all of you here with us, but also you're not in the middle of a snowstorm. So maybe you are the ones that actually can predict the future. And thank you to all of our sponsors, literally every member of our community. And you can always say, I was at the very first AspenCon. So yay, thanks. And then a few announcements for our folks that are here. We do have the AspenCon website with this notification at the top. This is where you can find the link to find out what's going on. So we will be updating this page as we know more. We do not know whether or not Mines is open tomorrow. If Colorado School of Mines is open tomorrow, we will be back there. We have catering. We can all, wave and say goodbye. But we really don't know yet. I texted the event people right before this presentation and have not heard back yet. So online attendees, y'all are done. For in-person attendees, Table Mountain Inn, they do have Wi-Fi. They do have, we believe, space for us. So if you can safely get here, and safely probably means walking, but depending, you drove home last night, so you can kind of gauge the roads that you would need to drive. But please do not come if you don't think you can make it safely. But we will be gathering at the Table Mountain in Cantina and doing the best we can to have those in-person workshops. We did get confirmation from the Golden Hotel that they will have staff and food for us to have, and drinks and bartender to have quiz night tonight. So again, notice safely in bold, all caps. Like, if you can safely get there, we would love to see you there. And that would be great. Let's see, for sponsors, if you're attending and you left things in the room, if we cannot get in there tomorrow, we will find a way to get them back to you. Several of us are local, but otherwise, if they're open, we can get there tomorrow. I think that is all we have. And for all of you that are attending remotely, if you are still with us, this is all of your attendees from AspenCon 2024. And I will leave you with that image to tempt all of you that are only here virtually to come next year. We are already talking about venues that have little to no chance of inclement weather, but don't test us. Like, I'm almost afraid to say that we'll jinx wherever we go next year, but I love looking at all of these smiling faces. So thank you so much from all of us that you see in this picture and everyone that's a part of the Aspen community. I really can't wait to see what the future holds for all of us. Thanks for attending.